And hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to session number 41 of the Salamander Coast. I thought this was session 30 or something. I was wrong. I was really wrong. But no, we're on session 41, and boy, do we have a doozy in store. We have got some, as you can see by the thing directly below me, we have got some, oh, thank you. Yes, I do have new glasses. Thanks for noticing. These are my
glasses
Oxford
drop.
professor look. But yeah. Yeah, so, we've got Hrothgar versus Odin. We've got the head honcho of Norse mythology versus some dragonborn with a fire sword. So, the one thing that I'd like to say, right before we get started, is I just want to go ahead and do a quick reminder, as there is a small, not a small, this is a big deal to me that people are aware of still, and I try to say it at least every other session. If you go to the About page of the Twitch, there is a section entitled Artist Credits, and that is for the music that we use, that is for the art that we use, that is for pretty much everything that you see on the channel that is not done by our resident artists or art that we've paid for. So, for example, the portraits over here to the side, all of those were done by Andy Romanchek. You can find his Instagram below. All of the assets that are currently around our beautiful heads, those were all done by Gemma, who is Carasilla off to the side over there, and also Twig in Isles. And then there's more miscellaneous fan art that you'll see on the pre-live screen. Most of that was done by River. So you can find all of their Instagrams in the doobly-doo, to quote the Vlog Brothers, or to quote Matthew Colville, quoting the Vlog Brothers. So you can find all that stuff in the About page. So, with that, let's go ahead and roll the intro and get started.
Don't
Maybe
go into the light.
Fozir. Oh no!
Maybe she's just getting a thing.
It's Felicity's turn to do the summary.
No, it's my turn.
Oh, that's right. We pushed it back a week. That's right.
Yeah.
Because, okay. All right. We're good. That's right. Because I did it last week, so it's Connor's turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, with that, let's go ahead and dive in real quick. Connor, what's the vibe of your summary, just so I can play the appropriate music?
My vibe will be doing my best Joe impression, because I did Felicity last time.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So let me play the way too serious music for
yes, please.
A campaign where the whack ass shit, where we have 35-minute conversations about stale bread. Okay. Opening music. Icy waiting theme.
Okay. So, last we left off, our intrepid group of adventurers had finally begun to settle into Fjarleth. However, the cold city provided them very little of a warm reception, as the group met Cecily's either current biological or soon-to-be upon her baptism in the dew of Yggdrasil. But something she's never had before. A family. An abrasive one, but who can say that they do not have one of those? Ashima had an abrasive interaction with someone he considered family as well. The voice of his master appeared to him, but in person form, as he was there. Anyways, Master Ashima both his namesake and his reincarnated master of the Tongwu Path, arrived in the gardens of Yardalith and broke his vow of silence in order to give Ashima startling news about the futility of reincarnation and the true threat that they face. Meanwhile, the party is still split upon the Hrothgar and Odin dispute. Carasilla and Morwen seeing him as a direct superior and trusting him, while Stuni is perhaps a bit torn as well. Sorry. I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay.
While the group tried to facilitate a peaceful meeting between the two, it did not go entirely as planned. But it's now or never. Odin and Hrothgar are now near literally at each other's throats, while the party stands and watches, possibly helpless, at least physically, to do anything against these titans of strength.
Yeah.
So, diving on in.
Diving on in, that is right where we will pick up. So, your information in this particular fight is informed by a few things. You know that Hrothgar is the ex-light-bearer of the Children of the Flame. So he is supposed to be a paragon of justice, but in this moment he seems blinded by revenge. You know the rumors of Odin saying that he is a cruel, evil man, but everything you've seen of him has been nothing more than kind and forgiving and welcoming. You also know of your your renewed relationship with Emeril, the previous teacher of Cecily, given you some information related to the Dark One, but sadly was not able to give any information related to specifically Odin in this situation. He gave you information related to the Dark One and to, and Sigrun give you information related to the Old Blood. But sadly, that is all you know about this current situation you're being thrust into. So, now, that is where we're going to pick up. At the top of Tyr's temple, all of you standing maybe 20, 30 feet back, you can see Odin and Hrothgar. Connor, I'm not going to get into it, because I went off in aisles, all right? But... So I'm
sorry. Just a meme. It's just a meme. I'm sorry.
I know it is. And my anger is also kind of a meme. It's underneath all of it. It's still kind of true, but for the most part, it's just a meme. Anyway, so you stand on top of the temple. Hrothgar and Odin standing face to face. Odin conjuring thunder and lightning all around him. You can see the clouds shift from the pale blue skies now unto deep roiling black clouds of storm. As not only is there the sounds of whipping winds, but also that of thunder and lightning and rain begins to fall. You can hear the lapping of the waves at the coast, and you can see these two, as Connor wonderfully put it, these two titans of strength now getting ready to butt heads. So, before we dive into this, there's one thing that I want all of you to know. You are going to roll initiative, okay? That is true. All of you, I don't know exactly what your goal is. I'm assuming most of you want to stop this fight and not spur it on any further. I can tell you right now that Odin's aim, you can already see from the magic that he's beginning to do, and you'll see throughout the course of the fight, his goal is not to kill Hrothgar, but Hrothgar's goal is to kill Odin. In 3 turns, Magni, Modi, Thor, and Balder are going to show up. And at that point, the fight will be over. So you have 3 turns to try and stop it yourself, or Hrothgar's going to be in for a really, really rough time in those 3 turns. Okay? So that's what we have right now. So with that, as Hrothgar reaches out his hand and conjures his blade, pulling it from halfway across the town from his room, summoning it directly to his hand, the flame begins to sprout. You can see him, not wearing his armor, just wielding his sword, and Odin wielding his spear, as energy and lightning begin to thrash and crash around him. I would like everybody to roll for initiative. So, Hrothgar and Odin. We go ahead and roll for Hrothgar. Okay, Hrothgar's looking at an 18.
These roll low. Oh, thank God. I don't know what to do.
And then Odin, hey, thank you for the cheer, Phoenix Sunzo 1. That's awesome. Yes, woohoo.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, and then time to roll for Odin. So Odin has a fun ability called Arcane Warfare Mastery. So he gets to add his spellcasting modifier to his initiative plus his dex. So that's going to be... God. Okay. Jesus Christ! Okay, so Odin rolled a... God, what is that? Uh, 33 on initiative.
Jesus.
That wasn't a natural 20, by the way. That was just a 19 plus his modifiers.
Fucking what?
33.
God.
Hey, he's Odin, man. Okay, so then we have Morwen and Bianca. Keothi already rolled hers. Cecily, Carasilla, and Suni. So let's go ahead and... Suni, what was your initiative?
18.
18? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Your dex is probably higher than Hrothgar's. What's your dex? It's like 20, right?
It's 18. 18.
Okay, yours is higher than Hrothgar. So we're going to go ahead and put you at 18 point... let's see, we'll do 18.9, just so you're above him. Also above Keothi. Morwen?
I got a 15.
15, nice. Carasilla?
Thanks.
Oh, wow. All right, Cecily? Cecily?
Mark rolled the 13.
Oh, okay, 13, all right. And then Bianca, what did you roll?
9.
9, okay, alrighty. So with that, we'll go ahead and begin combat, and we start off right at the top of the turn order with Odin, standing 5 feet away from Hrothgar. Oh, Jesus Christ, what is Odin gonna do? Jesus Christ. Odin, you know what Odin's gonna do on this first turn? Odin sort of reaching into his bag and pulling out his spear, which you can see is very odd. It is this, odd spear that seems to be made of some type of like oxidized copper, where it has those sort of deep green hues to it, but also some type of black metal that seems to almost have like flecks of these small sparkles to it. But the sparkles aren't silver or gold, but almost these sort of like deep purples and blues sort of mixed around with that sort of oxidized copper color. With those soft hints of bronze to it. So, you can see that that is the spear that he pulls out of his bag, and he's going to sort of hit the ground with it, and he is going to... let me see here. He's going to go ahead and spend quite a few spell points here. So he's going to spend 11 spell points to cast Oh, goodness. Where's that spell? Druid. I'm very sorry that his turn is the way that it is. Spells view all. Druid. 8th level spells. I just want to make sure I don't butcher the name. Okay, that's what I thought it was. So he is going to cast, and you know what? He's going to spend. Let's see, how many sorcery points is that for him? So he's going to spend 6 sorcery points, to cast a modified version of Quicken spell. And he's going to do that to control whether to change it from a 10-minute casting time to an action. So you can see he begins to swirl his staff in the air, slamming it down into the temple, and you can see that those like storm winds and torrential rain just begins to come down even faster. Where the area not yet is difficult terrain, but after a few turns on this slick metal on the top, it may become a little hard to move on. And you can see that after he slams it down into the ground, he takes the spear point and just points it at Hrothgar and says, "I'm giving you one last chance to walk away from all of this." And that's going to be the end of Odin's turn. He's not going to take a strike. Sunni, it's your turn.
Okay. Does anybody remember who has the bag of holding?
Cecily, I think. Anyone else can chime in, though?
It's not me.
I don't think it's me. I'm pretty sure I handed it to you.
To me?
I believe.
Yeah, I seem to recall that you had it.
I feel like, is it a really bad idea, and I'm sorry if this is too metagamey, to just... Well, I have 2 questions, I guess, Joe. One is, would Sunni know that turning a bag of holding inside out would release all of its contents?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And 2, would I think it would be a tremendously bad idea for all of us to pull out weapons? Like, are we going to get put to death for having them on top of the temple? Or is this like a... I know that they're illegal, but
this is a special situation. I mean,
right?
It's
Might depend on what you do with them. Just saying.
It's a risk, but I mean, depending on who you start attacking or what you do with them, Odin might be okay with it. Because remember, it is Odin's city, so it's kind of up to him to decide what the punishment is.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I won't do that then, but if y'all start being upset you don't have your weapons, it's your fault, not mine. So,
Okay.
I guess what I'll do then is, Sunni starts to, like, in his, like, jaw and his teeth, you can see kind of that bronzy golden color of lightning kind of in his mouth, and I'm going to cast Bless, because I really don't know what else to do. And this kind of static electricity drifts off and starts to hover around. I don't know. I don't even know if this is going to be helpful at all. I just don't know. I don't want to be the first person to start throwing hands. So I will bless Carasilla and Bianca and Hrothgar.
Okay. All right.
And what does Bless do again?
Extra
You get
D4.
a D4 to attacks and saving throws.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's Odin's passive perception?
Yeah, if I can, I would want to do that as sneakily as possible, obviously. Like hiding behind Cecily or Keothi because she's huge. That makes more sense.
Micah, slide a hand check.
Okay. It's too bad I'm not a rogue anymore. Sleight of hand. Ugh. Oh, that's a 23.
I know, don't be mad.
God damn it.
Odin's passive perception is 28. He
So I would have had to roll in that 20 to get it.
Wait.
Oh, that's
you
too
cast
bad.
Bless, and you can see that shimmer covers Hrothgar just very slightly, and Odin's eye narrows, and then slowly turns to you, and then turns back to Hrothgar, where you definitely know that he saw you do that.
Desmond has a panic attack for a bonus action.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm done because I again don't want to be the first person to throw hands, so that's the most I could think to do.
Okay, so Suni, at the end of your turn, Hrothgar is going to use one of his one of his legendary actions to take a melee attack against Hrothgar, or against himself, against Odin.
Blood Hunter.
Blood Hunter.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh wow.
Okay. So, let's see. Here's what we're gonna do. So, oh Jesus Christ. So Hrothgar is gonna go ahead and bring his sword up, and as he as he draws and brings up Heaven's Hearth, his blade, he is going to, right before his turn, he's gonna bring a swing down on Odin. So that is a plus quite a bit. So that's going to be plus 11 for Odin's AC is okay. So that
A million.
he's got a pretty good chance. So that's a natural one though. Okay, so Hrothgar swings down his blade, but you can see Odin bringing up the butt of the spear, just deflect the attack and slam the sword down into the ground. As you can see, the steam just rising off the blade from the cascading rain all around him, the cracking of thunder and lightning all around as the blade slams into the ground. And with that, it is Hrothgar's turn. So then he is going to make 3 attacks against Odin. So plus 11. So that is a 15, which is a miss.
Plus a D4, but
Plus a D4. Oh yeah. So that it's not going to help on that one. But this one would be a 21, which would have been a miss. But plus a D4, yeah, it doesn't matter. Even a 1 would be enough for a hit. So 22, that's a hit. So that's the first one. Second one, that's a 17 plus 11, that's a hit. And then that's a 21 plus a D4, that's also a hit. Okay, so that's going to be, let me just roll the damage together. He's wielding it two-handed, so that's going to be a D10 plus 2D12 for each attack. Where's my other D12 at? Oh no, my other D12 disappeared. That's sad. Okay. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, so a D10 plus 2D12. So that's going to be 14 plus 2, 16 plus 5. So that's going to be 21 points of damage for the first one. 6 plus 4 is 10 plus 2 is 12 plus 5. Oh, well, actually, it's plus 8 because this is a plus 3 weapon. Oh, I hate this. Okay. So that's 18 points of damage. Well, technically 21 because the plus 3 from the last one. And then the third strike, that's going to be a 9 plus 4, which is 13 plus 6 is 19 plus 5 is 24 plus 3 is 27. Okay, whew. And then, seeing that Odin is still standing as he's slashing into him, Hrothgar is going to burn an action surge. He's going to attack 3 more times.
Shit.
Okay, so that's a 19, so that's going to be a hit. Oh, and he crits on a 19 and 20, so that's a crit against Odin.
Double shit.
So that's automatically 24, so 34 points of damage automatically on that one. I'll just roll this damage right now. That's a 12. Whew. So 34 plus 12 is 46. 45, that's a 10. 55 plus 5, 60. Plus 3, 63. Okay, 63 points of damage on that one. God damn. Hrothgar's got some shit going on. What is... Okay. Okay, there we go. That's better. So far, he's taken about 100 points of damage, and he still looks fine.
This.
Okay, and then Hrothgar also has 2 more attacks to roll. So that's a 7, which is a
God.
miss. That's a 2 that is a miss. Okay, and... Oh, yeah, so the other 2. So with that, he swings down... Oh, but he hit the first time. Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm going as fast as I can. 15 plus 3, 18. Plus another 3 is 21, plus 5 is 26. Okay, 26 points of damage. Bop, bop, bop. Okay, alrighty. So Odin still looks fine. But that is going to be the end of Hrothgar's turn. At the end of Hrothgar's turn, Odin's going to use a legendary, one of his 4 legendary actions, and oh shit. Odin, as you see him getting cut in, he's going to look up and say, "You should not have done that." And Odin is going to use his legendary action, Revenge, where Hrothgar needs to make a charisma saving throw or take the same amount of damage that he dealt. Okay. So, Hrothgar has, let's see, to charisma saving throws, he's got, let's see, that would be his paladin, so plus 9.
Plus a d4.
Plus a d4. So it's plus 10, plus a d4. Odin's spell save DC is very high, but plus 12, plus a d4. So Hrothgar's got to roll a 15 or better without the d4.
God.
Okay, that is a 6.
Wank.
So a 6 plus 12, 18 plus a d4 is a 3, 21. That's still a failure. Okay, so with that, holy shit. So let me do some quick math real quick.
What a bitchin' action that he just did. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was
Real talk.
That was pretty nasty. Oh wow. Sorry, I need to pull out my calculator because these are big numbers that I can't do in my head. Okay, so his max HP minus his current HP. So Hrothgar did 126 damage to him. So Hrothgar is going to take 126 damage.
Which one looks worse?
Hrothgar.
Figured.
Yeah, so Hrothgar has that many HP.
That many.
I don't want to say it out loud. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. And then how much did I say? 126? Is that what I said?
Yes.
126.
126. Okay.
Thank God.
Hrothgar is now bloodied. He's now at a little bit below half. Okay. Hrothgar's bloodied.
He was so confident he could kill Odin.
He was, but damn, he really that. So you can see that as Hrothgar makes those like 6 concise, tight lashes or slashes across Odin's chest. Actually, I should say on that natural 20, I forgot to do this. That there was this huge explosion of radiant energy from the blade that blew out 5 feet around him, where if any of you were standing there, you would have taken quite a bit of damage. But luckily none of you were, so he makes those slashes, but then as Odin sort of like has his spear up and has just been like taking the slashes and like withstanding them, in that moment, he just looks up and says, "You should not have done that." And he's going to thrust the spear forward, and before Hrothgar can dodge or do anything, the spear pierces directly through his stomach. And you can see Hrothgar sort of and grab his stomach at that immense amounts of pain, pulls out the spear, and blood just begins to just pour out of his stomach. As that was a fatal blow right there. And now it's Gaelthi's turn.
So she has calm emotions. The thing is, it's a charisma save, which I'm sure they both have 74 in.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
Bare minimum.
Sorry, that reminded me, the charisma save. I forgot. Hrothgar's going to use one of his legendary resistances to take half damage.
Hey.
I forgot about that. So he's going to recover
63.
63.
Yeah.
So, okay, Hrothgar's not doing that bad. Hrothgar's at 159 right now. Out of 222.
Ooh.
Yay.
Okay, now it's Keothi's turn. Hrothgar's no longer bloodied. Mabi.
So, yeah. The only possible thing I can think for Kyo to do is try to use Calm Emotions. But they're 90% chance gonna succeed, and then 10% chance gonna choose to succeed. So...
That's okay. Just try it.
I don't think there's anything else for her to do at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You agreed.
other than wait to heal them, I guess.
You could always
Share
hold
the
it.
dying.
Hold it until maybe they use more.
Yeah,
Because Hrothgar's already used one, so...
that's true. Okay, well, she can hold conditions, and what would the condition be to set for, like, the readied action?
And
Then
he's out of legendary resistances? I don't know. How do you want to phrase it?
It's like,
I mean,
would
is
you
that something
even
we
know
can
that
see?
though?
Yeah,
Like,
can we see that happening when they do that?
Yeah, you can see that sort of moment of legendary resolve. And I mean, since Keothi's so well read, it would be something that a concept she'd be familiar with, of legendary heroes being able to, even in the darkest of times, being able to withstand and resist great temptations or great afflictions, even when it seemed like they shouldn't have been able to.
okay. Well, I don't want to
she wants to be able
waste.
to cast it multiple times, so it's just like,
You're
is
right.
it not worth trying to waste them now? And
Yeah,
like,
that's
they
kinda what
choose
I'm
not
thinking.
to succeed on it, like...
Yeah, we might as well just burn them out.
Who are you
'Cause-
targeting?
Both. You can do both, since they're right next to each other. Yeah, it's like a 20-foot clump.
Oh,
So,
Yeah, definitely do that. That sounds like a great idea.
yeah, because like I said, the only other things really are like make a fire.
Oh,
Try to blind one of them. That will not work.
Yeah,
I know in my heart that will do nothing. Even if it worked, they might just let it work. They're that good. But yeah, so each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere, so she'll just put it on the two of them. Make a charisma saving throw. And then if they fail, choose one of the two effects. You can suppress any effect, causing it to be charmed or frightened, or you can make a target indifferent about a creature that it is hostile towards.
That's okay.
The indifference ends if the target is attacked or harmed by a spell. So it would have to work on both of them at once, but it's a start.
That's so funny. Okay, all right.
Yep.
So 2 charisma saving throws. Hrothgar has a D12 plus, or not a D12. 12 plus a D4 because of bless, and Odin has. He's not proficient in those, so just plus 9.
oh. Just.
Oh God.
Odin's a mythic creature, guys.
Yeah, fair.
Oh wow.
No
Uh,
way.
Okay. Both of them fail. Well, the
What?
D4. Yeah, it was a natural 1 and a 2.
Holy
my God.
shit.
it's
Well,
almost like it's meant to be. Let it happen.
Keothi is the real hero. Is the true hero.
Well,
in
they're going to
Salamander.
use their legendary resistances to choose
No,
to
I'm
succeed
kidding. That makes
instead. Yeah.
sense.
I mean,
Yeah,
but
fair, fair.
that's one burn
That's
from
great,
both
though.
of them. Yeah.
no, that is
Well-
great.
Hrothgar's burned 2 now.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay. So, I don't know if Kyo says a specific thing whenever she casts Calm Emotions, but I'm really imagining her just being like, please no. Please stop.
Yeah, she goes to cast the spell, sort of chanting. She's like, "Stop the fighting! I can't stand the fighting!"
Cameron, do you want to voice that line?
No, that's okay. I will not subject our audience to that.
Okay, so that'll go ahead and be Keothi's turn. Both of them burn one casting of their or one use of their legendary thing here. So
Cool.
here's what's also going to happen is Hrothgar is going to use his last 2 legendary actions at the end of Keothi's turn, unless Keothi's going to move at all.
I think she's fine where she is.
Yeah. I think we're all fine where we are.
You don't want her to get close?
Nah.
No.
Okay. 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 Oh, well, he wouldn't do that. Okay, so here's what he's going to do is he's going to use his last 2 legendary actions and... Oh, that's pretty... Ooh. Nah, he won't do that. Instead, he's going to cast Banishing Smite. Or wait, no. No, never mind. He won't do that. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. This is what we're going to do. He's going to go ahead and use his last 2 bonus actions to cast Staggering Smite, which allows him to make a... Oh, shit, no, but that's a bonus action. Damn! That is difficult. Okay. Okay, so actually, he's going to use he's going to use his last 2 legendary actions to cast Destructive Wave. Centered at himself. Well, not at himself. He's going to do it when 30 feet of you. So he's just going to choose Odin for the Destructive Wave, and Odin needs to make a Constitution saving throw or take 5d6 thunder damage as well as 5d6 radiant and be knocked prone. So... Boop-a-doop-boop, ba-doop-boop-boo. Odin's con saving throws. Not proficient in that either, so that's just going to be a +8 for a DC of 20. Okay, here we go. +8. Okay. That's going to be a failure on Odin's part. As a 19, but Odin is going to choose to succeed instead, burning his second legendary action. Legendary resistance, I mean, and then Odin will take no thunder damage, because he is resistant to thunder damage, or immune to thunder damage, but he will still take 5d6 radiant, but halved. And he is not knocked prone. I'm just going to go roll the 5d6 here, because that's a lot. 5d6 roll. So Odin's going to take 10 points of 10 points of radiant damage.
Oh my god.
Not nearly as good. All right. So that was Hrothgar, then Morwen. It is your turn, Morwen.
Okay. Let's go.
Here we go.
Morwen is going to run straight up in there.
Go.
Yeah, just full-on sprinting. She's going to move right behind Hrothgar, and she's going to attempt to grapple him.
Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, go ahead and make an athletics check, and he'll make a contested one. This isn't a saving throw, so he can't use his legendary resistance.
He does have Bless, though, doesn't he? Or that's not for ability checks. You're right.
Morwen got a 26.
Okay, so Hrothgar rolled that, plus his... So 26, you said?
Yep.
26? Okay, that's a 22. You successfully grapple Hrothgar. So you get him sort of in this like full Nelson grappling him, and then what do you do?
All right, so you ready, Joe?
I think I'm ready. I think I may have an idea where this is going now that he's grappled, though.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, Morwen's saying she has no good options, and she just wants to do everything she can to get Hrothgar to stop. Looks around, looks down at her feet, and just jumps.
Oh, shit!
With Hrothgar. And she's going to try to suplex the fuck out of him, because who suspects that they're about to be yeeted 20 feet into the air and slammed down?
Okay, yeah, because what's your...
I have no idea what you want me to roll or do here, but that's what I want to do.
No, yeah, I mean, I think that your roll was the athletics check. That was really your roll. So, let's see, what's your jumping height with a sprint?
I think we said it was 24, but let me double check that. Jumping is usually not a mechanic that comes up too often until I made Morwen as a character.
No, yeah, because let's see, I think that I wrote it down in your... I thought I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, yeah, and your personality traits on VTT, I wrote it down. So your high jump is 24.
Yeah, it's 24, because it's 3 plus your strength modifier.
Okay.
which is So she's gonna jump 24 feet in the air and just try and slam him into the ground. Probably hurting herself too, but this was too cool to not try.
Yeah, well, okay. You know, we'll fuck around with this. This is fun. I like this. So, you like full Nelson Hrothgar, and then you jump, and you can see her. All of you can see Morwen fly 24, 25 feet up into the air. You know what?
Uh-oh.
I think that if you throw him down, he's like not going to land until his turn because you're so high up. Like flying up that high and then slamming down that hard, like that's not like a like you jumping is the first 6 seconds and then the second 6 seconds is him falling, and I think that makes the damage all the worse. So at the beginning of his next turn, you'll come down with him, and plus adding you as like a determining factor to that. God, let's make this a fun dice roll. Let's say that this is like...
All right, Joe, let me add one more thing for you.
Yes.
Because we're getting a little fucky with the rules, for sure.
Gemma,
but if you
it's
want...
a fantasy world. It's a fantasy world, all right? Let this happen and let this be cool. Chill out.
If I will literally burn my action surge to when we get to the apex to just punch him straight down.
Oh, shit!
That's some Naruto shit right there.
Oh, that's
hell
amazing.
yeah, it is!
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check with advantage.
All right. So, funny story. That was a nat 1.
Oh!
And that was a nat 20.
Oh! Yes!
Jesus.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and say that you lift him up, and then as you sort of let go and Hrothgar begins to kind of flail, you just crack into the jaw of Hrothgar, and he just goes falling down, crashing into the temple. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, now I need to think about something. Okay, here's what I'm gonna have you do. I want you to roll. God, let's make this ridiculous. Let's do...
Like it's not already.
Oh, yeah. Well, with you jumping up 24 feet, throwing him down, because traditionally that'd only be like 2d6 damage, which is pretty lame. So we'll say with the punch, the wind, all of the elements going about, the high intensity of the situation. I mean, more when I was going to say this when we got to Cecily's turn, but all of you can feel magic surging around you as these two like powerhouses are clashing together. The magic in the air is incredible. Like it is almost euphoric as you can feel it begin to surge through yourself. So fuck it. You know what? Let's say this is a fucking like fireball at 5th level. So roll.
Holy shit.
Roll fucking 10d6 damage.
Oh my god.
That's what the natural 20 gets you, where you are punching him with so much force. However, this fight might get real interesting real quick. Depending on how much damage you do.
37 points of damage.
Okay. All right, 37 points of damage to Hrothgar. And you can see that right before that, when Hrothgar has made his first strike as a legendary action against Odin and it slammed into the top of Tyr's temple, you could see the spear and the blade sort of clash into the steel at the top of the building and just begin to sort of melt into the steel, like the roof of the building. And you can see that as Hrothgar slams down his back, you can hear the metal begin to bend and shift as the entire temple just begins to kind of creak a little bit. And you can feel on the top of the temple, it just begins to sort of, not too rapidly, but it begins to bob a little bit, like shaking. Just a little bit. And you can see a small hole, maybe 4 foot by 4 foot, begin to like sort of peel open and crack from that force that Hrothgar was slammed into the roof by. Kind of like when in movies when somebody falls from like a 7th-story building and like slams onto a car, like that kind of dented effect is happening right now.
Caves in.
Yeah, and you can see the sort of vines of like below. You can see Yggdrasil and the dew, just kind of some of the vines beginning to crawl up out of the temple now. Shit's wild, man. All right.
Am I taking my next turn to land? Because I'm still in the fucking air.
You punched him down, and that like pushed you up a little bit. So you're like 30 feet up in the air right now as you like punched him, and that concussive force of the air just pushed you up 6 feet now.
I'm all for this.
Yeah, you look like a goddamn fucking superhero right now.
Just everything I wanted from this moment and so much more.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Look at that. Thank you, Phoenix, again for the cheer. Holy shit, that's awesome. Yeah, that's definitely something to cheer for, that's for sure. Holy shit. All right.
My man got suplexed and hooked off Everest.
Oh, God.
Okay. But yeah, that will be the end of my turn. I know it was a humble turn, but that will be the end of it.
No, okay. So with that, it was very humble. So with that, we come to Cecily. Now, Cecily, before you take your turn, I would like to let you know that right now, the magic in the air is, you can feel how aggressively it's sort of coursing through your veins. This connection that you have to Yggdrasil and to the old blood, you can feel that magic begin to make its way into you in this moment. And Keothi and Carasilla standing next to Cecily, you can begin to see her eyes begin to twinge with color, whether it be gold or green or blue or even red in some cases. It's just constantly shifting and very frantic. As you can feel that chaotic magic within you, Cecily, you can, in this moment, because of how wild the magic is surging around you, cast any spell up to 6th level.
Well, that changes a lot of things.
Yes.
So okay.
If you'd like, we can go to Bianca and then come back if you'd like to do a little bit of looking.
I'm gonna do some crash course research. I am no longer casting the cantrip Blade Ward, I can tell you that much. So...
Okay, so we'll hop back to you after Bianca's turn. Okay?
Give me a pinch.
Okay, and you can... Bianca, you can see in this moment, Cecily was about to step forward and do something, but then you can see the eyes begin to flash this bright green and then begin to swirl to blue and red as she just kind of freezes thinking for a moment as you decide in that moment to sort of take the initiative and go. So we'll come right back to you, Cecily, all right?
Yeah.
All right, Bianca. It's your turn.
Well, I can't do a ton, but now that Hrothgar is, he's prone, right?
He is prone, yes.
Bianca's going to, it might be just a waste of his legendary action, but we'll see, or resistance, but she's going to, would her horns be sharp enough to like wound herself to do a blood maledict?
I'd say they probably grew back from when you were in Bella Clara, so yeah. I mean,
yeah, I kind of imagined they had at this point anyway, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's going to, I don't even remember which arm is her more magical arm, but the one that is, she's going to lift up and kind of scrape down her horn, letting the blood drip. And then she's going to do, and I'm gonna need to look at it on D&D and Beyond, but do her, crap, I can't remember. The one where it's like blood bending, basically keeping them imprisoned. Is that what it's called?
Oh,
no.
The one where they
Yes, wait, I can find it. Blood Curse of Binding. Yeah. And since she's wounding herself, she's gonna amplify it. But they do still have to make a strength saving throw. But they'll just basically, like, he can move, he can, like, stand up. He can't move from his spot, though. Bianca won't let Hrothgar, like, walk anywhere.
Okay.
So, it's a strength saving throw, DC 15, so he'll probably save even if he doesn't do his, so it might not matter, but that's what she's doing right now.
So that's so 9 plus a D4. Well, let's roll the D4 first. So that's going to be whatever he rolls plus 12. So we'll need to roll a 1 or a 2. Okay?
Okay.
All right, 1 or a 2. Hrothgar just can't catch a fucking break. Oh, that was a natural 1.
I mean, I'd have an off day too if I just got suplexed. into the
Oh,
roof.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's a little hard for him as he's like slammed into the ground, just like, as you see him try to flex. As you pierce into your horn and cut your hand, the blood begins to drip off of your horn onto the wet, slick roof of Tyr's temple, as the blood is just dripping from your hand as you raise your hand up and, like, fucking contort it like Hama from Avatar The Last Airbender, as you
Oh,
just do
yeah.
that fucking, like, Emperor Palpatine shit with your hand as it just begins to like bend all gross, and you can see Hrothgar's form just kind of begin to contort and move as he's just like, what? And looks over to you, Bianca, and you can just see that sort of like brow ridge just furrow.
And then she's
can't
going
break through.
to, after that, just like kind of call out to kind of everybody, but mostly to Odin so he knows what she's doing. He can't reach you now. Basically, it's just like letting him know that Hrothgar won't be able to get to him anymore. So hopefully that'll calm some emotions, but
Okay.
oh well, guess we'll see. That's all I got.
Okay, go ahead and make a persuasion check for me real quick. Well,
Or
that's
Make a what?
Is
Stab
that
in the throat.
is that an action?
Yeah, it's just, I think it's technically a bonus action, so
Okay,
that's all she got.
Okay, all right. Alrighty, cool. So then, Ashima, we come to you. What are you doing?
Oh, wait, did we skip Cecily?
Oh, sorry, Cecily, were you ready?
I think so.
Okay.
I think I am. I think I am going to use. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. I should. Okay. I have like 5 options in my head. But I think the one I'm gonna do is Wall of Force. So I think what I'm gonna do, I know that Hrothgar and Odin already aren't, you know, like Hrothgar's not gonna be able to get him for a bit. But I still don't know what Odin's gonna do. So I think what Cecily's gonna do, let me ask, how long across is this roof?
Oh man, probably 400 or 500 feet. It's huge.
Okay. So I cannot. There is no way I'm covering the whole thing. So what I'm gonna do instead is I can make the Wall of Force like composed of 10 by 10 panels. That's a little confusing, but so I can make it like 10 foot high and 100 feet long. And no damage can hurt it, nothing can pass through it, and there's like no exceptions listed in the spell. Except for the spell Disintegrate. That is the only thing that can damage it.
Okay.
And I am gonna use it to cast a dome around everybody except me and Odin. So
Oh.
I'm gonna come do that, and now Hrothgar and everybody else are in a like force field, just like this clearish, purplish force field energy that is around them, and they cannot get out, and Odin and I cannot get in. It can last for up to 10 minutes, as long as I hold concentration on it. And so now that it's just me and Odin, Cecily is going to just calmly walk up to him and say to him, I need you to put a stop to this. And that will be my turn.
Okay. Cecily, as you do cast that, I do need you to roll a D100 for me.
This is only fair.
Let's see.
It's a lucky number.
Yeah, it's 2 8s, you know.
It's infinity twice.
Mm.
by the way, Mark.
Yeah.
So Morwen was like 30 feet in the air. Is she still caught in that too? I'm not super familiar with the spell. I'm just checking.
I didn't.
I mean,
Shit,
did she
I don't know.
roll any after her turn? I mean, since the 3 turns since.
Maybe I can make it have like a hole in the ceiling, and then you can just fall through that.
Just
I mean,
chill on top.
I legit don't know how the spell works, so I'm wondering, like, how does that work?
It's you pretty much have like 10 by 10 panels, and you can shape them however you want as long as they're touching. So I was imagining just like a circus dome kind of structure that I made with it. So it can just have a hole in the top where you fall through, and hopefully no one else can get up through there.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious, because weird spot I'm in right now.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up, because otherwise I think you would have just, like, doinked off the top.
Ow! It just rolls down.
Okay.
Like scene in Hot Rod, where he just keeps falling for like 10 minutes.
What the hell is that?
Sorry, Joe, go on.
No, you're fine. So, Cecily, in that
Yeah.
moment, you... Jesus Christ. You approach him... Now, do you cast the Forced Cage and then move, or do you move and then cast the Forced Cage? It matters in this moment.
I think I would have cast the Wall of Force first, and then walk toward him.
So I don't know if it changes what you said, but as you cast the Wall of Force and move towards him, immediately in that moment, you can feel yourself begin to feel with rage and anger and venom as if you were entering a barbarian's rage.
Well, it won't
Takes a level in
change.
Barbarian.
It won't change what I say. It will change the fact that it is intimidation, not persuasion.
Okay, all right, go ahead and make it.
All right. I've had proficiency in intimidation the whole campaign, and I've yet to roll it. Let's go.
First time.
Session 1. And there's a first time for everything. Intimidation. Nope. Please roll. D&D Beyond, please. Please. Okay, I'm rolling it in here. It's a +6.
Okay.
I don't know what it's doing. Yeah, point of luck. Okay. Sure.
Tides of Chaos.
Didn't that already happen? I don't know. I don't want to...
You can do it again and roll another D100.
Jesus, fine.
Nice.
It's the time.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, there you go.
Better.
Roll a D100.
That's an actual number I can work with. And 62.
62.
Am I also now a raging ostrich?
Please.
Am I raging and smell of sewage? Am I raging and on fire?
Make her blue again.
Yes, blue.
That'll even add to the barbarian rage.
Blue with rage.
Okay, sorry. So it was 62.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 61. Okay. Okay, there it is. Okay. So, in that moment, you God, why am I stupid?
You're not stupid.
No self nibbles, Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 62. So in that moment, Cecily, you can... You are just sort of like looking at Odin, and for some reason you can feel your eyes begin to shut. They begin to close. And you try and open them, but you can't. They're forced shut. However, you can see that I actually don't know what this is supposed to look like. I need to look this up.
That's a great. This is amazing. I'm very happy.
A lot has happened to me in 6 seconds.
Okay.
Same.
So, as you are in this rage, your eyes begin to shut, which just your eyes are closed shut. You are looking at him, yelling, screaming at him for him to stop this. And oh God, you see as your eyes begin to close, the world begins to come back into vision around you, but only for 60 feet. As everything around you is this wispy blue, but there are just certain things you're not exactly sure what you're seeing. You can see the forms of people generally, but for the most part, they're different. You can't see full color. It's as if you're peering into another plane of existence. As Cecily, for the next 4 days, you are blinded and have a true sight vision of 60 feet.
Okay. Okay.
So
So now
Odin.
I'm screaming with my eyes closed. That's pretty.
Wait, how many days did you say?
4.
Okay.
4 big ones.
Legally blind.
4 bands. 4 G's. Man, that's. Okay.
Well, now you're twice as wise as Odin is.
I mean. Okay. I mean, I have true sight. It's not a big deal. You know, it just kind of in this moment is a little awkward.
I will say,
Okay.
Cecily, in that moment, as you finish casting the spell, you say your piece, you can feel the weight begin to pile on, exerting yourself to that level. Nothing happens in particular, but you can feel a great exhaustion of magic like that. Definitely had an effect on you. Okay, so with that, then we will move to Ashima. Ashima?
Oh, sorry.
What did you
Misheard you. Honestly,
In his wall of force.
I'm. Morwen, do you have a plan for descent?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it a good plan? Maybe not, but I got a plan. But I will tell you, it'll be cool.
Yeah, kind of seeing what's happening. He is gonna try and discourage you from that. You don't have to listen, mind you.
For being
Because-
in the air.
Yeah, Connor wants you to do it. And yeah, in the air. He is actually going to use Step of the Wind and leap up to you. And,
Ooh. Well, currently you're in a force dome, because that was...
Oh, right,
But
right,
but
right.
I did leave the hole for Morwen to fall through. So I guess you could get up the same way, right?
Yeah, are all,
Yeah,
of them,
Suppose.
are all
They-
of them copies of each other?
What do
Well-
you mean?
So then do all
Well-
of the force domes have holes in the tops of them? Or is it...
I thought it's a dome. It's one.
Oh...
Yeah, that's what I figured.
One
I
dome.
put all the plates together to make a single 100-foot dome thing.
I thought that it was a dome for each person, like, you know, in Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, when, like, Obi-Wan and Anakin get caught in a little 5-foot cube.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought it was too.
How did this happen? We're smarter than this, guys.
It's one dome.
Okay, in that case, I will go ahead. I'm not trying to, like, go through the eye of the needle here, but I'm gonna try and just, like, not quite get there, but, like, in the split second when she's about to fall, I just want to, like, leap up and like gently, in like, I'm not a science person. I'm not a physics person. Correction. You know that moment right when you're in the air before you fall? I'm gonna try and time it just so I can like put my hand on her shoe, basically, and just like shake my head.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'll say that as you do that, you jump up and you go to grab Morwen. Morwen, as you descend on your turn, we'll say that you no dexterity saving throw needed as you're kind of guided down by Ashima.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to, like, I don't know, shove me off or anything. Again, Connor wants to see it happen. Ashima definitely does not.
It would have been kind of cool, but yeah, Morwen would do the smart thing here.
Okay, all right. So you jump up, grab,
So thank you.
and then on Morwen's turn, both of you will descend down and you'll both be safe.
Woohoo!
Okay. Karasela, it is your turn. What are you doing?
Well, she can't do much. So
Yeah, all your spell
seeing
slots are
that,
blown.
Yeah. Seeing that, I guess Hrothgar is still very much not relaxing and is still very much struggling, even though he's restrained. Karasela is going to be shouting out, but also messaging, so it's like right in his head. Just gonna call out to him and say, Hrothgar, look at the temple. This is doing is damaging Tyr's memory. It's not worth it.
Okay. Make a persuasion check with disadvantage because that. I think that maybe did more harm than good, but
Oh, fuck.
yeah.
Persuasion, right?
Yep.
Oh god, those were both terrible. Oh wait, but persuasion is what I get boosted up, I'm pretty sure.
It is, yeah.
Isn't that the one that you can't
Yeah.
get like lower than a 21
So that would be a 19 then.
Oh.
My
Nin-
last roll.
19. Okay. Okay, all right, we'll see what Hrothgar says when it gets to his turn. I cry. Okay. All right. Anything else, Carousel? Any movement, or are you staying right there?
No, she's gonna stay back.
Okay. So then it comes to Odin's turn. As spear in his hand, wall of force in front of him, he looks down at you, Cecily, and just real quick, remind me what you said exactly.
I need you to put an end to this. I believe that's what it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, wall of force, they just can't... Can magic still get through it?
I think it's nothing. Let me pull up the... Nothing can physically pass through the wall. It is immune to all damage and cannot be dispelled. And the wall blocks ethereal travel through the wall. So... I mean, like, if he cast a lightning bolt, it would not go through the wall, but I guess he can still cast a spell and target it inside. I guess that's technically possible.
Okay, yeah. So then he'll look down at you and he says, "That is exactly what I intend to do." And he's going to spend 11 spell points, not knowing exactly what Hrothgar is at, and he's going to cast Power Word Stun. But
Stacks on stacks.
Hrothgar is above that hit point value. So sadly, Odin underestimated Hrothgar in this moment, as you can see him speak some word in an ancient tongue as the magic you can see begin to shake the wall of force, and it has no effect on Hrothgar. Shut up.
Sorry, old joke.
And with that, that is the end of Odin's turn. You can see him sort of like take a step back and blink, looking at Hrothgar, surprised. Okay, Suni, it's your turn.
I'm sorry for what's about to happen.
Sorry, just don't do it.
What does it take? Would it take an action or anything to get my sword out of the bag of holding?
Interacting with an object is a free action.
Okay. Can I grab, because since I have that feat, can I grab both at the same time, or can I only get one? Because if I only need one.
You can grab both. I will also say,
Okay.
look at the message I just sent you.
Right. Suni's gonna run towards the center of the dome and cast Misty Step.
Yeah.
And go right next to try to can you teleport upwards with Misty Step? It
Yep.
says an unoccupied space.
Misty Step, briefly surround your unoccupied space you can see. So yeah, it doesn't say anything
Okay.
about solid ground or anything like that.
I want to get just, but kind of on height-wise between where Ashima and Morwen are. I'm gonna push Ashima, and I'm gonna hook my sword onto the ankle of Morwen and try to thrust her down onto the ground.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Non-lethal damage. Not that this is gonna kill her, but I'm not trying to kill her.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead and make, I'll say, an acrobatics check contested with Morwen's athletics.
Acrobatics. Let me check my modifiers. 16.
16?
23.
23. Okay. So you hook on and try and pull her down, but Morwen, as she's falling, is just able to kick off your blade. And, Morwen, how do you look at Desmond? Or how do you look at Suni?
Shock.
Yeah, okay.
Did that count as my action, or was that an attack?
I'd say since you were trying to grapple and push, that would have been your action.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if he has multi-attack, grappling just takes one of the attacks.
Oh, does it?
Well,
yeah,
since
because
it's not
I looked
just,
up earlier.
Since it's not just a grapple, like just to grab onto you, it was a grapple and trying to push you down. That's the reason why I said it was a full action.
No, fair enough.
Because it's more than just trying to hold on to you. It's trying to hold on to you and throw you down.
Well,
Gotcha.
I guess you can say no. Obviously, you're the DM. But what I was intending was less of a throwing down and more of like hooking onto her ankle and using both of our weights and just bringing her down first, so that I was gonna stay with her the entire time going down.
Okay. All right.
But
all right.
if you still want to say that that's only one, I
No.
will obviously
No,
buy into that too.
That's a good argument. So all right.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll your second one. Acrobatics, and Morwen make another athletics check as he goes to grab onto you again.
I know that your athletics has to be better than my acrobatics, but it's fine.
21.
Nope, I didn't get it that time.
Okay. So hooking on both times, kicking off the blade both times. With that, we come to Hrothgar. Now, Bianca, does Hrothgar get to save at the beginning of each one of your turns? Or, oh, hey, there's a raid. Look at that, the Forbidden Library. Hello,
Hi,
welcome
raid.
in. This is
You came at a great time.
yeah,
No kidding.
as the leader of a very powerful holy faction is fighting Odin, like the guy.
Like the Odin.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Is it a save at the beginning?
At the end.
So he can stand, and then the movement is
0. He just can't move. He can still take an action though, but he can't go anywhere.
So he used his legendary resistance to save. Because that would have been his third one. So does it still have that effect, or?
If he saved the first time.
Yeah, because
It's fine.
that's what it was. It was that, and I think that I forgot to say this, but that's burning his third legendary resistance. So.
Gotcha. Oh,
Yeah,
then
'cause
he's fine. He can do whatever the heck he wants.
Okay, sorry. That was my bad, because he rolled
No,
the
you're
natural
good.
one, and that's why I was laughing. But yeah, so he rolled the
That's
natural
okay,
one.
because as we were you guys were cutting out really bad during my turn, so I was like, what's going on? But yeah, it's all good.
Okay, so yeah, he would have used that last. So Hrothgar has used up all 3 of his legendary resistances now as you cast that spell. And you can see that the magic doesn't take hold as you try and contort him. It does for a moment, but you can see him just force and flex out of it as now sitting on the ground, seeing Odin try and use that power word stun on him. Hrothgar just sort of shakes away from it. And Carasilla, as you yelled that to him, he looks to you and says, "Tyr is dead." and he's going to take his sword, and instead of striking Odin prone, is going to take the white, hot, radiant blade in the hole that has already been carved, and he is going to take the blade and jam it down into the ceiling and twist, and causing the entire ceiling in about a 30-foot radius to begin to crack as that white-hot radiance begins to spread through and out using all of his attacks. The roof just begins to crack, and those plates just begin to fall. As all of you now entering the second round of combat are falling. Not 30 feet. This temple to Yggdrasil, right, to that sprout of Yggdrasil, you're falling about 120 feet. So there are still domes that you're kind of like these interconnected metal plates, some of them broken, some of them not, as you are just now beginning to fall and float down. As you can now see, the orbs, or the wall of force stays where it's at, as all of you now begin to descend down. All right? So there's a long way to go, and boy, there's a lot coming down, but that was Hrothgar's attacks. He is going to, let's see here. Let me look up one thing here real quick. Bonus action. So in that moment, he is going to cast Healing Word on himself at 5th level, so that's going to be 5d4 plus 5. So let me just do this digitally. 5d4 plus 5. So Hrothgar is going to regain. Oh, that was pretty good. So he's going to regain 23 hit points. 23. Okay. So he's going to regain 23. As you can see him just murmur to himself. Some of the wounds begin to close as all of you now are falling. Okay. That is the end of Hrothgar's turn. Keothi, as she begins to fall, plummeting down, standing on this like one plate with her and Bianca. As all of you now are plummeting down, what is Keothi doing?
Yeah, calm emotions again, maybe. I don't know what else to do.
Is there anything she can do to protect herself while she's falling?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really think so. I can't come to any conclusions on that looking at the spell list here. I mean, the best she can do is, like, hold a healing spell for when she hits, but, like, that's not
I think we have another round of combat anyway before we hit the
Right, until the family shows.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure round 2 is airborne, so...
So what Joe meant was the family's not coming here, we're going to the family. Well played, Joe.
Listen,
Nice.
Yep. Hey.
Man.
Yeah, she could try. I'd say calm emotions again. That's a good one, and especially maybe on Cecily too, if they're all in the same vicinity. Since Cecily's clearly pissed off and blind, so.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
I'm okay with
Cecily's
that.
raging
Oh.
and has true sight right now.
Falling while blind, though. Ugh, that sounds
Oh my
horrifying.
god, I didn't think about that.
God. Oh.
Yeah, but true sight.
For
So-
60 feet.
So, yeah.
Like, where's the ground?
So the-
Oh, there it is. Wait.
I can see a vague shape of the roof that is just disappearing.
Yep.
Yeah, all of this sounds
Beautiful.
awful.
Okay, so Keothi's just calming emotions.
Yep. So I guess me, Odin, and Hrothgar should make charisma saves.
Yep. This might end your rage, though. That's good.
Yeah, that is good. That
Okay.
hurts my spellcasting, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Odin has a legendary action, or legendary resistance left, so we'll do Odin's first. Odin's charisma save is... Oh, shit, where's Odin's sheet? There it is. So this is the one that he's not proficient in, so that's +9. So that's a 19 on Odin's part. And on Hrothgar's part, that's also going to be +12, plus a bless. That's 22. So yeah, they both succeed.
And I got a 19,
Okay.
so I also succeed.
So you are still.
Well, can you choose to fail though?
That's true. I can just choose to fail it.
Yeah.
I mean, well, okay. Are we okay with? I know I should just shut up, but are we okay with bending the rules slightly? Because it technically says you can suppress an effect causing them to be charmed or frightened, or you can make them indifferent towards a hostile target. So are we cool with using it to end a rage?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay, because if that's the case, Cecily will definitely feel Kyo's calming energy and be like, yeah, that's
We'll say
fine.
that it was even directed at you, where as she's falling, she's like, Cecily, breathe! And
Okay.
just as a heads up, Cecily, on your turn, I'll give you a little bit more of a heads up. As your next turn approaches, that cap that I gave you goes up. The magic getting more powerful,
Okay.
getting to the tree of Yggdrasil, you can cast any 7th level spell.
All right.
All right, Morwen, it's your turn.
Okay.
You were 30 feet up. The roof begins to collapse. At the beginning of your turn, when you would have landed, you just continue to fall.
Okay.
That means
Well-
Desmond is also eye level with you as the two of you are falling now face to face with one another. I want to scream.
That's
I want to
awkward-
die.
Awkward as hell.
Fight me, damn it!
I have bigger fish to fry.
Ah,
Oh,
bigger dragons to fry.
I don't know how this works in D&D because Jesus Christ, what is happening right now? You know when you're like skydiving and you put your body like all straight, so you just like zoom down like faster than if you're like stretched out, you know, like the least amount of wind resistance?
Yeah.
Morn wants to do that and trying to catch up to Hrothgar as they're falling.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just... Man, falling in distance is so funny. So we'll say...
I don't know, man.
Hrothgar is like sprawled out, so taking the least amount of time to fall. I'd say if you did that, you could catch up to him. This is very
Done.
loosey-goosey right now.
Done. Yeah, absolutely. And basically, I want to tackle right into him and grab him again, and go with the original plan, soften my fall.
Oh, Christ! Okay. Alrighty, go ahead and make an athletics check. Hrothgar will go ahead and make his. That is a... Let's see, that was a bit of a low roll.
I got a 21.
Okay, so plus 5, plus 4. So that was an 18 on his part. Yeah, man, he's rolling really low tonight. Okay. You grapple him.
Alright, and since I just took one of my attacks, then I'm just gonna punch him in the head while I'm holding on to him.
Oh, God, alright. Roll a strength check.
Yeah, I'm not proficient in this, so it's just a straight strength roll.
Yeah, he's not wearing any armor, though.
Nope, not... Oh, well, I mean, it's a 12, but I assume
That
that's
is his
still
armor
low.
class. Nope, he's got
Oh!
12 dex. Yeah.
Okay, I just punch him right in the back of the head as
All
I'm
right.
holding on to
That's
him.
6 points of damage. Crack! Just cracking him in the back of the skull. As he's just falling now as you grapple onto him. Oh, holy shit. This is insane. All right, Cecily, it's your turn now. You feel the magic surge within you once again. This time I need you to roll a D100 at the beginning of your turn.
Okay. We'll see if that affects my whack-ass decision.
71.
71.
It's an interesting one. Okay. Oh. All right. What spell are you casting?
Reverse gravity.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Okay.
I'm just gonna copy the text here real quick.
What a fucking move.
Yeah.
Spell reverses gravity in a 50-foot radius, 100-foot high cylinder. So that's just all of us back up to the roof, I would assume. Oh, look, it's scrolling like Star Wars credits. That's fun. All creatures and objects that aren't somehow anchored to the ground in the area, all of us, fall upward and reach the top of the area when you cast the spell. And I'm just going to say the top is like 10 feet above the roof,
Yeah.
so that we
We're
can...
just gonna fall again.
Well, you might have a chance to fix something. I don't know, man. I can't do fucking everything.
Oh, God.
A creature can make a dexterity saving throw to grab onto a fixed object it can reach, thus avoiding the fall. I assume that means at the beginning, but maybe it can apply throughout, too. If a solid object is encountered in the fall, falling objects and creatures strike it just as they would in a normal downward fall. I think we're good on that. If an object or creature reaches the top of the area without striking anything, it remains there, oscillating slightly for the duration. And the duration is concentration up to a minute. So, as long as my concentration's not broken, we've got 10 rounds to, sort out
Yeah.
whatever we do.
I'm all for this Inception hallway inspired fight we have going on right now.
Oh,
This is
Jesus
actually
Christ.
insane.
Okay. Oh my God. All right. So you do that? Oh fuck. This is so wild. Cecily, as you reverse gravity, everything begins to fly upwards. All of you are pulled as close as you possibly can be to Cecily. So Ashima, you are pulled here. Bianca, you are pulled here. Karasili, you are pulled here. And then Morwen and Suni, you are pulled here. And Keothi, we'll say, is pulled here. And you know what? We're just going to encapsulate Cecily right here. So all of you, like magnets, are just pulled to Cecily. All of you sort of bumping into one another as you're flying back up in Tyr's temple. You can see all the metal and plates that were falling off begin to ascend backwards to reform into their area like puzzle pieces, but like mismatching as all of you slowly begin to ascend. Thunder and lightning cracking even more ferocious around all of you bumping into one another, bouncing back and forth as you're flying upward, gravity being reversed. Holy shit, anything else, Cecily?
No. No,
Okay.
that's fine.
After casting that spell, you can feel your body just begin to give. Like you exercise that massive amount of magical power, way more than what you have at this current stage in your development as a sorcerer. In that moment, you take 4 points of exhaustion.
Ooh.
Jesus.
Well, heckin' ouch.
Yeah.
Pulling the weave always has consequences.
You feel that surge of magic just begin to rip and tear and pull. And you feel that exhaustion just begin to wash over. But the worst part is, you can feel the magic still begin to build within you once again, even more powerful than the last two. Okay. Alrighty. Bianca, what are you doing?
Oh my God.
As you're like floating, bobbing back and forth in gravity. This is by far the most insane fight, I think.
Yeah, and we're not. Some of us aren't even fighting. It's okay. I think all I really can do, and the best thing to do, is fiend form into my imp shape so I can fly.
Okay.
And then she's gonna fly. Seeing Cecily just being exhausted. I mean, there's a ton of other shit going on, but like seeing Cecily being exhausted, and a lot of this is about Cecily right now. She's gonna fly closer, and we don't have to physically put me there, but closer between like Cecily and Odin. And she's gonna look to Odin and say, "It's really wearing her out. You need to fix this for her." And yeah.
Okay. All right.
See what I got.
Okay. At the end, I will say at the end of your turn, I forgot about this. I forgot about the past few turns. Hrothgar is going to use his legendary action, and he's going to make a melee attack against Odin. That's a miss as he just sort of slashes out. As you're talking to Odin, you can see Odin kind of deflects with his spear, and he looks at you, and for the first time, really ever, and you're not sure if it's frustration or what, but he's very angry right now, and he says, "Don't you think I'm trying?" As he deflects the sword out of the way, as you can hear with each boom of his voice, thunder and lightning crashes and booms in the air, the elements in tune with his anger. Ooh.
Jesus Christ. Superstar. Okay, well, I'm done.
Okay. Alrighty, so you float in between Cecily and Odin as all of you are just sort of bobbing and weaving in midair. You have a little bit more control than everybody else. Ashima, we come to you.
Oh God, I am powerless. Shit.
We are powerless. We are powerless.
Basically,
Oh, wow.
sorry. Let me check something. I don't know if my hand of healing is at the point where. No, not yet. Not yet. I was gonna try and resolve. Okay. Well, I guess right now.
You do have some range of motion, so you could sort of swim around in the gravity if you wanted to try and get closer to anybody in particular.
Is Cameron is Suni still like looking violent?
Oh, he's pissed off.
He is gonna Ashima is going to he's gonna use Hyothi near as like a bouncing board. To go and launch over to Suni and not grapple and not restrain, but again, just like what I did with Morwen, just like holding on to him.
Okay. Yeah. So you bounce, and it's as you sort of grab onto Keothi and push off, you can feel yourself come to the top of the gravity pool, and as you come out, it gives you a little bit more momentum to dive down, and you grab onto Desmond or Suni in that moment. Oh, all right. And you
free action. I'll just say, don't.
Okay. All right. Carasilla, it's your turn. I'm in pain. I understand I'm the orchestrator of this violence, but I don't like it.
Such a liar. You're
Literally-
loving this as much as we are.
Maybe a little bit. Okay, all right. Go ahead, Carasilla.
Literally do not know what to do. I feel like there'd be the assumption that, you know, we can't just stay bobbing in the air for, you know, ever. So I feel like she's just gonna try and grab anything, or I'll be like prepared to grab anything solid.
Okay, yeah.
Or grab onto someone else, just, you know, depending on circumstances.
Well, currently you've got Cecily, Odin, and Hrothgar that are next to you.
Okay, all my tokens are not in the same place then. Okay.
Yeah, you have.
I'm like still just like out.
Oh no.
Okay.
No, you have Odin to your left, Hrothgar to your south,
I see.
Cecily to your what does that be? Southwest. And that's
Okay,
it.
well, fuck it if Hrothgar's right there. She's not a grappler, so obviously that's not gonna work, but she's gonna try and at least like grab his arm, like preferably like the one that's got his sword or whatever in it.
Okay, yeah.
And
he's
just
already
take down, just
grappled.
repeat,
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, he is already grappled, so let me go ahead and move him closer over here. So yeah, you can sort of move there as you're now also grabbing onto Hrothgar, and you can see that as he's grappled, he can't really contest that much with your hold on him either. So you and Morwen are both holding on to Hrothgar for when this gravity well initially goes and goes away.
What?
Holy shit. All right. Okay, all right, here we go. So with that,
Which will also inspire Morwen.
okay. Look at
Yeah.
that. All right. I'm just curious. What does that inspiration looker sound like in this moment of all things?
Not gonna lie, I feel like just in this moment, like, a lot of her attention is just focused on Hrothgar, but I think it's genuinely just gonna be a kind of knowingly twin look of just
yeah.
like, you gotta handle this.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right.
Morwen gives the bro nod back and
Oh.
tightens her grip.
Oh,
What bros you are.
Yeah.
sister. Okay. All right.
Sis, I just want to let you know you're my bro. Just like my bros are my bros.
This is Carosilla. She's my brother.
Okay.
Who's next?
Next up, after Carosilla, up at the top of round 3, it is Odin's turn. So he's floating there. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, Christ. Okay. Holy fuck. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do. Oh, God. Okay. What does he have here? God, he has so many things. I just don't. Okay. Oh, God. Holy shit. Well, I don't want to do that because that really kind of
Do it.
fucks everything up.
Fuck it up.
It's already fucked.
Yeah, because breaking the roof and reverse gravity and all this shit hasn't fucked things up already.
Well,
Kind of have a plan.
Is he gonna plane shift us all to the 9 hells? Like, what could possibly happen? That's gonna really mess things up.
Already fucked us.
okay, I mean, you all, Cecily and Bianca both told him to stop this. So that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna stop everything as Odin, in this moment, is going to expend 13 spell points to cast a 9th level spell, Time Stop. You can see in that moment he begins to twirl his spear around and slam it into a metal plate underneath him, and all of you freeze in that moment. And he wanted to resolve this some other way, but he is still able to move for, let's see, how many turns is it? Time Stop is... Oh, I just had it pulled up.
It's D4 plus 1.
Okay, rounds? So
Yep.
It's going to be 4 rounds. Okay. So as all of you are frozen in time except for him, you can see him slowly, as the thunder and lightning is crashing and cracking around him, you can see him just begin... The lightning just begins to cling to his form as he begins to just float. No longer being affected by gravity and no longer even walking, just floating. He floats over towards Cecily and Hrothgar and Morwen and Carosilla, and you can see Morwen and Carosilla, he just grabs you, almost like cats, by the scruff of your neck, and unfolds you and pushes you off to the side. And all of you can see this. So that was his first turn, just doing that. So we'll go ahead and run through the turns here. Now that means we're at the top of round 4, and I think that this is just time everywhere. So this is just all time stops except for him. Right? Because I think that you briefly stop the flow of time for everyone but yourself. No time passes for other creatures while you take 1d4 plus 1 turns as you move normal. The spell ends if you use one of your actions during this period or any effect that you create during this period. If one of your actions you use during this period or any effects... Okay. So, you can see that as he begins to just sort of move and push all of you... Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't be able to see any of it. Oh, wow, this is like a cutscene then for the audience. As all of you begin to just... You can feel yourselves be displaced. And... Fuck. Oh, you know what? Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to mute myself on Discord. This is going to be just for the audience.
Oh!
Okay,
I hate this.
so... You all can see, being the audience, the camera panning around as Odin stops time. You can see him just look towards Cecily, just content in his eyes.
And he says, "You have no idea what this is doing to the world I fought so hard to protect. What's in that library better be worth it."
As all of you can just see him scowl with hatred and contempt in his eyes, as if staring at his mortal enemy. As he eventually moves back.
And be like, well, on
And
to our next
he-
adventure.
At that point,
Oh my god.
well, here, right, I need to deafen as all this goes on. Okay, so with that, what he's going to do is he's going to move over. He's going to move Carasilla and Morwyn away. Move Bianca and Cecily away. Just give him and Hrothgar some space. And that'll go ahead and be the third round. And then he's going to begin to, as the plates are where they're at, he's going to begin to float down towards those and begin to slowly mend them together, just that way they don't completely fall in again. That's his third round. And then at the top of his fourth round, this is what happens. Okay, so as all of you come back, you can see that all of you are a fair distance away from Hrothgar at that time. As Odin has sort of moved all of you away at that point until it's just him and Hrothgar, you can see that as you set down, the gravity well is no longer there, but the plates that you stand on the roof are solid. They are no longer broken, they're no longer cracked, they're no longer falling. And you can see Hrothgar, blade scattered off to the side, not in his hand anymore. At the top of Odin's turn, as the time stop ends, he looks down towards Hrothgar as all of you can begin to see figures begin to fly up past the temple sides. You can see a man with a fiery red beard, long red hair, a massive hammer in his hand. You can see two younger men, one with blonde hair, one with brown hair, one wielding a greatsword, the other one wielding a shield and a smaller hammer. And then another one, a man more thin and lithe, tattoos covering his body and his face. You can see long hair to about his shoulders, wielding no weapons, just bare hands. As you can hear Keothi sort of look up and around in astonishment, as you can all hear her mumble under her breath,
"Thor, Baldur,"
and begin, her pace of breath begins to pick up a little bit. Not naming Magni or Modi, the two that all of you have at least been a little familiar with. And as all of you stand there at the beginning of Odin's turn, he is going to look down towards Hrothgar and say,
"I will not kill you. I will let you leave this city now, should you choose. It is up to you to decide how to leave. You can either leave now with what little pride you have left, or you can leave knowing that you lost."
and you can see in that moment, right, as this sort of cutscene initiates, as luckily doing what you did, you prevented this from being too ugly of a fight. Because what wouldn't have happened if you guys wouldn't have done what you did, we can talk about that after the session, but you made a lot of good choices today. Tense choices, but you did do good things. I'll tell that right now before this happens. So you got the good ending, all right?
Okay.
As you can see, Hrothgar just stretches out his arm, his sword arm, to call his sword to him, and you can see Odin with his spear point it down and not thrusting to stab Hrothgar, but begins to channel this electricity that catches on Hrothgar as he casts Lightning Bolt. But Odin is going to, instead of just doing that, he is going to use a meta magic that he invented called Sustain Spell.
Ooh.
So you can see, Cecily, you've cast Lightning Bolt before. As he casts it, you anticipate a brief, instantaneous 6-second beam of thunder and lightning to cast out past Hrothgar and continue on for 100 feet. And it does. But then you can see Odin continue to channel the magic, holding Hrothgar in place. As Hrothgar is going to make one final dexterity saving throw. That's a 4 + 2, that's 6. And no legendary resistances left. He cannot resist it as he is just electrocuted at that point. And Odin just points his spear up, and you can see him pick Hrothgar up with the lightning as the spell is sustaining and continues to sustain. As you can see thunder and lightning cracking off the bolts firing up from Odin's spear, clashing together in these bright flashes of sparks and smokes. Cecily, you can feel your head begin to grow lightheaded. The world around you begins to grow fuzzy as in this moment, as he's being lifted up, I'll give you this one opportunity. The weave clashing around you, I'll either allow you to push it down or to try and push on the weave to do one final spell. But it's a Constitution saving throw, or you take 2 more exhaustion points. With you at 4, 2 more exhaustion points would mean if you fail, 6 exhaustion points is death. Not 0 hit points, not unconscious. Death. Or it would be a charisma saving throw, sorry, because it's a magic thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't.
This is not my final decision, but I'm gonna ask. Can I use a point of luck on the con save or the charisma save?
Yes, it is just like any other save. You could do that.
No. Okay. Damn. Okay. Well. Oh, jeez. Okay. I mean... I think she's done.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't... I mean, I could sit here and go through every spell in the game and try to think of some awesome wombo combo to do, but Cecily wouldn't. She's not gonna think of that in 6 seconds, so...
Okay.
I think she's done. She just has to watch whatever happens now. Blinded and 4 levels of exhaustion.
Oh, yeah, as you are just waning in and out of consciousness, just seeing these misty forms of lightning cracking, all you can feel is the energy and the heat coming off of the lightning as Hrothgar is just gritting his teeth. He's not yelling, he is just grunting in pain. And you can see that as Odin lifts him up, he says,
Remember, I gave you a chance.
And as the thunder and lightning, you can see, oh god, you can see tendrils of lightning begin to wrap around Hrothgar's arm, his sword arm that he went to go grab the blade with. And those tendrils of lightning begin to crawl around, and you can see the immense control Odin has as they just begin to rip and tear arm from body. These tendrils of lightning ripping off his sword arm, and the sword arm falls to the ground as Hrothgar finally lets out this massive bellow of pain as this stream of fire releases from his throat, just casting that final breath of fire that he has in this yell of pain. You can see Balder and Thor and Magni and Modi dart into the scene. The lightning drops. Hrothgar drops onto the ground. You can see at that moment, Balder rushes up to Hrothgar, and you can see this divine energy pouring from Balder's hands and just begins to heal the wounds. As you can see, Thor lands down next to his father and sort of looks to him and looks to all of you. Magni and Modi land. No swords drawn, no weapons drawn, but you can see Balder showing concern for Hrothgar, looking up at Odin. As Odin, anger and anguish and contempt.
and just stares down at Hrothgar and says, Balder, take this man. Get him a ship, a crew. Get him clerics. And get him out of my city.
Balder nods, and Cecily, at that moment, you can feel yourself begin to wane as that power is still coursing within you. You try and push it down. You don't capitalize on it, which is good, but you can still feel it bubbling. This just illness beginning to grow in your stomach as you begin to feel lightheaded, and you fall over onto the ground, unconscious. You can see Odin, his eyes dart towards you and say,
No! No! Thor, grab her.
and he looks towards all of you as Balder begins to grab onto Hrothgar and begin to jump and head down towards the dock, just sort of the lightning clinging off of him as he begins to jump and move, carrying Hrothgar's unconscious body away. And you can see Odin look to all of you and say,
After exerting that much force, that much power, having no idea how to properly handle it, she has to be dunked. She has to be baptized in the dew. If not, she may die.
As he looks to all of you, you can see Thor begin to sort of scoop her up and sort of like brush some of the hair out of her face and sort of cock his head in confusion at Cecily. And with that, as Odin looks to all of you, looking for any signs of distrust or any signs of aggression, Thor will scoop her up and wait for Odin's move. And on that moment, that's where we're going to go ahead and take our break.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Woo!
Oh.
Woo!
Well, that was a thing that happened. Jesus.
Oh my god.
That, I mean, maybe best combat encounter of the campaign so far.
Maybe the best combat counter I've ever been in. That was batshit crazy.
And we weren't even fighting. Well. Yeah, I think it went amazing.
I think everything went pretty good there. Pretty satisfied with the results.
Ooh, actually, I'm sorry. I need to go back for just a second, because there's one thing that's very important that I need everybody, all of the characters, to hear. Sorry, I hate to do this because it kind of like shatters that immersion. But as Balder scoops up Hrothgar, as Hrothgar isn't unconscious, he's just sort of like waning in and out of consciousness. Odin steps forward to him and sort of grabs onto Hrothgar's jaw and says,
I want you to remember this moment. I know how valuable you are as an ally. Do not make me regret sparing your life.
And then with that, Balder will take him and then take him towards the docks. As you can see, he's not bleeding out anymore. Balder did heal him, but begins to jump down, move away, and then Odin says the rest of that, and that's where we're going to go take a break. Okay, sorry.
See you guys soon.
Yes, break time. I'll send you guys a message when there's about a minute left, all right?
Thank you, 5.
Playing balls this morning. And she's gonna...
Sorry, I'm a Neanderthal. Does that mean without?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, that's alright. That's all good. You're the normal one here. I'm the one using sands. But yeah, she'll just try to focus.
Me, come get me. He walks over to his room, like opens the door, sees all the blood on like his sheets from when that guy exploded, shuts the door, looks over to Cyrus's room, sees all the bottles and all the acid on the floor, kind of like looks down, and he's like, Sayla seems clean, and he just goes into her room and shuts the door.
Nice between the sheets. This evening, that I can just leave it out here.
And you see him
that is, if I find it.
Kind of like side eyes the different animals here, and he's like, No, keep it on you. I'll find you. I don't trust any of these suckers around here.
Okay.
What are you looking at, Carol? Get out of here! You see another raccoon was kind of looking at the two.
Urgent. Go way back.
That
but
wasn't
yes,
Cyrus.
Morgana-
That wasn't his name.
Yes, it's what I call him anyway.
So you
Best
his-
friends
you
begins to
whine.
be an urgent.
Is there supposed to be music? Does anyone want music? No, okay. I'm just gonna eat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Does anyone know? No. Does anyone know? We could do music. Music would be cool. That'd be very name day for music.
Oh god.
Is everyone good today? Like, are we good?
This
You guys
is
have spent the past hour saying, let's see, all right, well, I got these magic candies here, and where's the water on the ship?
It's everywhere. It's under the boat.
Drink the salt water for all I care. Just do something.
Bianca would probably talk to either Morin and Carousel.
No, if we go, we don't know what we're doing. How would they know what we're doing?
Exactly. That is genius.
Gods, if you can hear me, I think we need your help.
If you see any yellow flowers or firewood, grab that on the way. No red flowers.
Okay. Sure.
Who's gonna be quiet as we're traveling? But he's gonna be some of the metal that he took when he left Waterswick. He's gonna be crafting something.
I would say, based on what we can do, and you guys want to get high?
I mean,
mushrooms.
It's either
good.
that or
Smoke weed every
just
day.
kind of vibe. So, what's your why are you happy?
I mean, why not?
I want to do this.
I envision him like this is gonna sound so cheesy, but he's gonna like take Twig and like pull the trigger together. So like yeah, wherever I assume she just kind of like stepped down to fire next to it. He's just gonna like quickly grab her, and they're both gonna aim and fire it at the thing.
Did not have all the ingredients of said cocktail when I made it.
I like blinks.
It's a metaphor. I'll tell you later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I could.
I'm sorry.
You.
She's just gonna hold up her hands like, I'm sorry.
I did say I didn't promise any.
Oh. Shite. Maybe don't say, listen, dickhead, this is what I need. Might not be the best idea.
Yeah. See what I mean? Persuasive.
I wouldn't say persuasive, just, if he's like, do this, you'll say, right, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, first strike.
Oh, natural 20. Nice.
I'll roll for the second attack then. 2 dice. Yay.
What?
What the
What
fuck?
is that?
Dude! Oh
Okay.
my god.
I think
This
the Medusa
maybe-
is dead.
staring at the two of them.
Again? Alright, you're safe.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for. You know that. Just gonna be hugging him.
Alrighty, and
Dunked an
hello.
any type-
We are back. Hi. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. Boy, what a time. What a time to be alive. Woo. Okay, so one thing that I just want to do real quick is I wanted to let you all of you know that we're back. Just real quick, I'm gonna mute the stream real quick. It's just hard because of the break thing. I can't talk to the players during the break. So real quick, we are back. I just want to have a brief little thing with them, and then we'll be right back. For the time being, I'm going to go to the live soon screen just because that's a little bit easier. I just want to let you know we'll be back in like a minute. I just wanted to do something real quick. Okay? Okay, bye. Okay, we're back. Hi, everybody. So, let's go ahead and pick up right where we left off. So let's go ahead and end our combat encounter here. Close out of that. Let's turn off our old gods music. And let's go into... let's go here. Okay. So, picking up where we left off. The storms begin to reside. The gray clouds begin to slowly peel back as Odin's temper begins to calm, and streaks of blue sky begin to grow visible. As just a reminder, all of this was happening bright and early in the morning. So at about this point, it's just 10:30 in the morning. What a start to the day. As all of you eventually, you can see Odin between that fight that had just happened, Hrothgar having given his best effort and did quite a bit of damage, but Odin just being as powerful as he is. Sadly, or happily, depending on how you look at it, Odin came out as the victor. And all of you started to see some of the true colors of Odin and the brutality that he is capable of. Seeing him after Hrothgar was already defeated and giving Hrothgar one last chance, you see Hrothgar go to grab his sword, and Odin says that is enough. And using lightning bolt but sustaining the magic even longer, lifts him up into the air, paralyzed by this lightning, and then using his insane control over this magic, uses those tendrils to wrap around his arm and tear off his sword arm, dropping him to the ground. At that point, the sons of Odin arrive. The two sons of Odin and then Thor's sons arrive. Balder healing Hrothgar, preventing him from bleeding out, and Cecily fainting, going unconscious. And Odin explaining to all of you that if she's not baptized in the dew almost immediately, there's a chance that she could die. That the magic may consume her, and irreparable damage be caused. So Thor does scoop her up, which technically, all things considered, as far as all of you know, would be her brother, oddly enough, and sort of unsuringly looks towards all of you as Magni and Modi stand near their father, and Odin looks towards all of you, looking for your approval first, because you're the ones who've been traveling with her. You can see that he's still coming off of his anger as some storm clouds still loom in the distance. But for the most part, if the weather is any indicator of his fury, there's no danger in that. So yeah, let me go ahead and share some art real quick for all of these people. So first up, we have Magni and Modi, which I love their art because they're actually together. So there may be... Magni is a little bit younger than Modi. Magni looks to probably be in his early to mid 30s, and Modi looks maybe to be in his 40s. So I'll go ahead and show these. So this is Magni and Modi.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Love.
This is Thor, which, like, yeah, I know. This is definitely just Thor. Like I said, big red beard.
Yeah, Thor's Thor.
Yeah,
absolutely Thor.
And then Balder, you can see that, like I said, Balder was covered in tattoos all over his body and had some, I missed, no tattoos on his face, but he had like war paint on his face in these very simple sort of drawings. And you could see a very stern, serious look on his face in this moment. This is Balder, which I know for some of you may go against what you think Balder to be, but that's okay. So this is our Balder.
Nice.
More like Baldinger.
Got him.
Oh my god.
I ain't fooling anyone with that comb over. Proceeds to be smote.
Dare you to say that to his face?
Yeah.
Hell no. I'm safe behind a screen.
Fair enough.
And thus, Ashima created 4chan. All right.
No.
So
anyway,
so those are the Odin sons. So like I said, we have Balder here, we have good old Thor here, and then we have Magni and Modi here. Show off to the stream. Alrighty. So that's what we're looking at. As Balder has already sort of flown off and gone away, you are just seeing Thor flanked by Magni and Modi, while the rest of you are... Odin looks to the rest of you to see what exactly you want to do here.
Keothi. Is it the only way?
Keothi's gonna make a history check.
I only read a few books on the Old Blood. It's not something that we really talked about a whole bunch because, well, in all honesty, I understand now why, if Sigurd said was true, if the Old Blood only exists because they killed the giants, it would make sense that the children of the giants wouldn't exactly know a lot about the Old Blood, but if the Old Blood is connected to the giants and Yggdrasil is only there because of the blood of Ymir, then, I mean, maybe that would make sense, I guess.
Just take her.
Save her.
Odin will nod at Thor, and Thor, you can see him just jump as the lightning clings off of him as he jumps down towards the doors of the temple, and you can hear them fling open as Odin slams his spear down on the ground as all of you appear in the center of Tyr's temple, standing in front of the seed of Yggdrasil. This copy of the... There we go. This sproutling of the Tree of Life. At least the Tree of Life to the people who live in Jormungandry. So, The tree standing there, sprawling across the entirety of this inner part of the temple. As you can see, Thor stands ready, surrounding this glass pool where the vines are sprouting out of, that life that they're given. And you can see Odin walk over, hand Thor his spear, very cautiously, as Odin takes Cecily. Cecily, as well, all of you see him holding Cecily, and he's going to say this and hope that it registers, but he's going to message you telepathically, and he's going to hope that this gets through and say,
"When you awake, do not breathe in the dew. Should you swallow any of it, you will go insane."
And with that, Odin will take a deep breath, and he will begin to step down into the dew of Yggdrasil. As all of you watch what is a brief moment for you of Odin stepping in, up to about the top of his head, drenching Cecily completely. Cecily, you can feel yourself begin to awake slowly. But as you awake, the area around you is odd. You're in another part of the temple. As you look around, there's no one standing near you. You're not being held by anyone, you just awake. Looking down, your hands are your own. You are you. And here's the fucking crazy part. This is insane. Because you have true sight, what would have been just a vague, glossy figure instead is much more clear. You can get a very good look at this person standing near you. A man, maybe in his late 50s, early 60s, older, a braided beard, a warm smile on his face, long hair about down to the tail of his back in a very loose braid. You can see him wearing golden plate armor, and you can see his hand gestures towards a door standing behind him. And as he begins to walk towards it, he places his hand on the door, and the door begins to open. And as he steps through, you can feel something inside of you twist and awaken. You recognize that door. The small office that Odin took you, that had the portrait of your mother, was right next to that door. The largest door in in the Tyr's temple. It seems as though you now have a way to open it. Eventually, you feel something unlock inside of you, that ability to open the door. As you open your eyes, you keep your breath held. As Odin sees your eyes open, he steps up these steps and lays you down on the ground outside of the tree of Yggdrasil. And as that happens, this cleansing magic, the true sight, goes away and your vision is returned. And you can see, all of you can see, Cecily now. She's still wearing the same clothes. You can see this sort of thick, viscous dew covering her, in a similar consistency to like honey or tree sap. But it is this bright, shimmering golden color, as if it feels cold like tree sap, but it looks like molten gold, with all of those like small, like sort of gleaming crystals inside of it. As you look at Cecily, you see two eyes glowing. two golden eyes glowing. Not blue, not green, not red, but gold. Shimmering like two suns in her head. And Cecily, you are conscious now. All of your exhaustion is away. And while you still feel conflicted in some parts of your life, the magic that was within you, causing pain and strife and chaos, you now feel as though you have a much better control of.
She's, I obviously, she hasn't noticed her own eyes at this point, and she'll kind of sluggishly look up at everyone and just say, "So, how much of the past 10 minutes actually happened? Was it all of it?"
Yeah.
Plus some, I think.
Holy shit.
You can see Odin look to you with these very sad eyes, and he says,
Never wanted you to have to see that side of me.
Yeah. Before everything happened, he said something to you. Hrothgar did. What was it?
you can see Odin kind of grimace and say,
You mean before the fighting began, I assume?
Yeah. I have to know if all that was worth it.
He taunted me with your mother's name.
Can some of us, do we all hear that?
Yeah, sure.
And some of us who didn't just wake up from being passed out, can we insight? Maybe some of us, I guess I'm just meaning me, but I just wanted to throw it out there for anybody.
Yeah,
I will also take up on that if I'm allowed.
I mean, we heard him saying, like, it's like, do we even need to insight that?
Well, yeah. I mean, you need to... There's a lot of details not there. I think Hrothgar went up to him and said, Estrid.
Well, yeah,
Like,
but I
you
feel
know.
like that could be assumed that that wasn't all he said.
Well, yeah, but I if I can insight, it's not
You
about
want a vibe check.
Bad. It's about whether or not Odin is being truthful, and that's the thing that, like, I guess sets everything off.
Yeah, is that the reason we just
Yeah,
did that?
because you can understand that it was probably a taunt of Estrid, but is what he's saying, is that the whole truth? Can you tell if he's holding anything back, or even is he being like almost like malicious?
Is he trying to persuade Cecily a certain way
yeah.
too?
So
I got a 17.
17?
Can I also do that? I didn't want to assume. Okay. 5.
Was anybody else, or was it just Bianca and
Yeah. It's not gonna be me. Like, I think Cecily thinks there's something to the story because she saw that moment where Hrothgar, like, was about to leave and then didn't let up. And that just made her feel like there's something else going on here, but she does not have the energy to do anything.
Okay. Yeah. So, you can see, Desmond, to you, it seems as though he's genuinely speaking from the heart. Doesn't, as far as you can tell, it doesn't seem like there was anything more there. Bianca, that is the truth, but the surface of it. You know that it must have been a taunt about Cecily's mother, Estrid. But you can gather that there is just a little bit more there than just that. And it might still be adjacent or related to it, but there is something else.
Okay. She'll just put that in her back pocket. Not gonna confront that right now. Jesus Christ.
What do you mean? I'm sure you could take him.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Perhaps we should
Cecily.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just. Cecily's gonna like just cough up a little bit of blood and water and whatever, and just kind of. Do I still have to go to the party? Or can I just lay down for a very long time?
Odin kind of smiles a little bit and says,
Well, the party will be thrown regardless, but it's yours, so I suppose you can do as you wish.
Okay. I think I wish to be clean first.
I'll have someone come and take you to the baths. Thor, go get your mother. Frigg will. She'll take you to the right place.
you can see Thor kind of nod, and then head off deeper into the temple.
Oh.
For the rest
Bianca will help Cecily stand, assuming Cecily's not.
Probably not.
You assume right. Yeah. She'll shaky. You are now sticky.
That's fine. Bianca also wants to take a bath anyway, so it's fine.
Okay.
Even like if you need to lean on her, she'll like help support you. I don't know how shaky you are.
You are now more sticky. She'll take it.
Oh, also she did drop imp form. She's not a tiny little imp, so
I had assumed, yeah.
Just make this comical instead.
Yeah. I think Cecily's ready to walk away and negotiate later. That's definitely her vibe at the moment.
Okay. All right. All So, with that, all of you then, Odin will, of course, allow you to head to your rooms if you'd like. And as you're leaving, we'll say,
Frigg should be there soon to take you to the baths so you may clean yourselves. And whenever you're ready, I'll have the Spriggans come get you when guest starts arriving. You can choose to come or not. If you choose to come later, there's a good chance that everyone there might be so drunk they might not even notice you arrive.
With that, Odin will begin to walk away.
Let's get to the room.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, easy enough, all of you make your way towards the rooms. And with this, the Spriggans guide you, of course, once again. And I would just like to say, oh my goodness, I missed it because the shit was crazy, but there were like 4 new follows in the past hour.
Yay!
So Lily of the
Thanks,
Lake,
guys.
thank you for the follow. The Forbidden Library, who was the one who rated us, thank you if you're still here.
Badass.
The Shiny Boy, thank you for the follow. Phoenix Sun 1, 38 minutes ago, thank you for the 45 bits and cheers. That's amazing. And then finally, Grackle Gaming, thank you for the
Hey.
thank you for the follow.
Yeah, thanks,
amazing.
guys.
Okay. All right, there we go. So those I'll go ahead and play through real quick. I just wanted to make sure that I went through all those. I felt a little bad that I missed them. Okay, so jumping back in, sorry. All of you make your way back to the room. Like I said, there's no door into this room. It's just a staircase up. And you can see, looking around, there is no one here. All of you are alone. Keothi just sort of makes her way over to one of the beds and sits down and just stares at all of you, unsure of what's going to happen next.
You. And Morin just points at Suni. The hell was that?
It's your fucking fault that that happened to him, as far as I'm concerned.
My
I don't think any of this needs to happen right now.
No, let's do it right now.
No.
Suni's
I
gonna
think there's
open up
time
the
and
bag of
place,
holding and
and now
throw
is
all the
not
weapons
it.
on the ground. Pick up your weapons. Let's do it.
I'm not gonna get sentenced to death. You go for it. I'll beat you with my fists if I have to.
Fine. Fists are fine with me.
I want a
Are you
reason.
both good now? Can we have
You
a civil discussion?
you stroll into here, both of you telling me what the fuck I can and can't do, what I should and shouldn't do, when you have no god's damned reason to be doing that. And then, the moment that happens, obviously, you think Hrothgar would have done that if there wasn't a fucking reason?
Is that literally the end of your argument?
No, you fucking it is not. It is your fault that happened to him.
Anyone else want to weigh in on that? Anyone?
Please.
No. Let's hear it. This needs to be settled now.
The man that we have known and have been traveling with for weeks, who is the head of the organization that you are sworn into. Do you think that he is so reckless that would happen if there wasn't a fucking reason?
Don't talk to me about my organization, Suni.
Talk about whatever the fuck I want to.
I want to hear from everyone else. You've made your point well enough. What does everyone else think?
Guys, I don't think there was a right or a wrong person on either side. There wasn't, okay? But someone did start the fighting. Clearly. And someone had no intentions to kill. I went with the side who had no intentions to kill. Okay?
I think you're all fools. You see two pigs wallowing in the muck, and you think, why? My clothes are too clean. I must wallow with them. What point do we serve in getting ourselves involved in the conflicts of others?
Listen, Sunny, if you're wanting something to blame, you can blame me. I was the one that thought that the meeting would be a good idea. That was on me. I don't think anyone knew what was going to happen then. So if you want to direct your anger somewhere, sure. I'm happy to receive it. But I don't think we do ourselves any good by trying to debate or fight each other over it. What happened has happened, and there's nothing to change that.
Would second that.
And guys, we are so close to doing what we need to actually do. The rest of this is just a distraction. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
He attacked
But if we
me.
sit here and let it... I
He
know.
took his blade and he attacked me. I was unarmed. He attacked me. How do I not take that?
Shit out of him.
It wasn't that you. I didn't punch you, did I?
So you might as
Ursula's
fucking
gonna
well
go
have.
over.
Oh, because you and Hrothgar are such good
hands
friends.
on Morwen's
Please,
shoulder.
please stop! Stop! You can bicker back and forth all you would like, but that doesn't change anything. Ashima and Carasilla are right. Regardless of what happened there, all of us have something we're trying to do. This are just roadblocks. It's equally as likely that the Dark One had his fingers in this to block us, to try and divide us, as it was that Hrothgar was filled with rage and bloodlust. I don't know the truth of the situation. But what I do know is that us fighting is just going to make things worse. And if the two of you decide to bear arms against each other, then to me that means the Dark One has already won. I'm sorry for yelling.
Finding that some things are worth having a voice for. And I think you're right.
So, then, I guess if that is finished.
And Keothi kind of looks up to get a temperature check on the room. So just real quick.
Flames.
I want everybody to sort of describe their character's posture and how they're looking in the room right now. So obviously Keothi is very nervous, very scared, but her brows are furrowed a little bit. She's definitely sort of on this this needle, this pin, the tip of a pin of like anger to frustration to sadness. More when you were saying flames, anger.
Oh yeah, she's like pacing, her arms are crossed. Certainly don't look happy.
Okay, so then we'll go to Bianca.
Bianca's somewhere between. She's kind of pissed, but not at anyone in particular, mostly that the situation's happening. But she's trying to remain calm and not let that come out. So she's kind of just like I don't know, like, how to describe, like, a subtle glare, but not at anybody, just, like, in general. Just kind of like, why are we even talking about this?
Yeah. Shima.
Grumpy old man, for sure. Like, he's just, like, thinking, this is immature. You know.
Okay.
Just... Yeah, grumpy.
Okay. Cecily.
Sitting, knees close to her chest, chin like resting on her hands. Kind of the look that one might have if they're trying to prevent an anxiety attack from coming on.
Okay. Suni.
Jaw and fists clenched, hunched over a little bit, kind of glaring into the middle of the room, but darting his eyes kind of back and forth between everybody.
Okay. And then finally, Carasilla.
Yeah, she would have just gone to Maul and just like made her stop pacing and just like have hands on both of her shoulders, just kind of like sharing just like a look with her for a moment, and then just going to, I don't know if she's going to reciprocate it, but she's going to just move forward and just like hug her.
Lauren will always return a hug from her sister.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Good to know. So with that, sort of Keothi looking around the room, getting everybody's pH, everybody's salt levels, she says,
Well, then I guess there's one last question before we move forward at all. Are we going to the party or not?
I think we need to give ourselves 30 minutes, maybe?
I think a distraction, perhaps after that time, would do us some good. Even if it's unwanted.
Alrighty. So with that, Shima's kind of words being the final ones there, a little bit of time passes, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and you can start to hear footsteps approaching and climbing up a set of stairs. As you see a woman with auburn red hair, pale skin, freckles across her nose, and these beautiful pale blue eyes, wearing a dress of white and burgundy with this sort of fur collar around it, and the brooch that seems to look like a bug of some kind. As most of you assume that this is Thor's mother, Frigga. I'm going to share this with all of you. Share to all.
Oh, she's cute.
She has kind eyes.
I like the little bug.
I know.
So you can see that as she steps up the stairs, she gives you all a soft smile, knowing what you've been through, not trying to come off as overly friendly, but approaches and says,
I was told that the group of you were looking to maybe have a little bit of time to refresh yourselves after being out in the rain for so long. I'd be more than happy to show you where the bathrooms are if you'd like to refreshen yourself a little bit.
Cecily won't say anything, but she'll just kind of slowly get up using nearby posts and chairs and whatever to kind of hoist herself up.
You must be Cecily. It's very nice to meet you.
What gave it away? The gallons of dew.
Well, that and the fact that you are a spitting image of Estrid.
and with that, she'll look back to the rest of you. And I'm assuming the rest of you are probably going to get a little refreshed as well.
Yes, please.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So with that, Frigga will lead all of you through the rooms and the different interconnected corridors until eventually you get into what you assumed would be like copper bathtubs and bars of soap, and because the rest of this area has been very artificial and metal aside from Yggdrasil, walking into a room, Ashima, you enter a very similar room to where the gardens were, except this is more natural. You can see rocks and what looks to be natural freshwater springs and steam rising throughout the area. There are different interconnected rocks and hedges that sort of block off different areas. And there are small private pools or larger communal pools. And Frigga turns to all of you and says, "You have the entire area to yourself. Feel free to stay as long as you like. Some guests have already started to arrive, but the celebration will not be happening until sundown. So you still have maybe 5-6 hours until then. Take as much time as you need. And Odin," and you see her kind of breathe for a moment and correct herself. "The Allfather wished for me to tell you that you may take as much time as you need."
Thank you.
And with that, Frigga will slowly turn and gracefully walk out of the room. As all of you are now inside this sort of natural hot spring inside of an artificial building. It's very odd, but also very comforting. And like I said, there are private areas, there are communal areas. It's really kind of up to your comfort level wherever you may be. But all of you, you bathe, you clean yourself. There are natural salts and scrubs available to freshen yourselves up. And then even some of the waters are scented naturally with whether they be lavender or even more exotic spices, things like cinnamon, where just bathing in the water will sort of give you that natural scent to them. So it's really up to your own imagination how clean you're leaving and what scent you're leaving with.
Is there ways to wash clothing as well, just like in a separate pool or laundry section or whatever?
Well, you can see that there are, as you're sort of walking around, there are Spriggans around, and they're just kind of like pushing clothing back and forth in water and sort of scrubbing into them. And you can see that scattered around the area, there are woven baskets that it seems as though you could just throw your clothes in, and then the Spriggans would clean them.
Perfect. Because, yeah, it'd be a real tragedy to get clean and then put my dew dress back on. That'd be
dew dress.
Terrible. That would be terrible.
Yeah, that would be pretty awful.
But it's a hot summer day times 10. But yeah. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, she'll do that and probably not say a word unless prompted the whole time. Still very pensive.
Yeah, of course. Okay. The rest of you begin to bathe.
During this time, Ashima, Cecily, you'll notice Ashima, like, does a couple of double takes and then clears his throat very gently. Says, Cecily, the water around you is... When was the last time you cleaned yourself?
No.
Properly, not a baptism by... No, fire is not appropriate.
What, define properly.
Anytime you have cleaned behind your ears.
Oh, right, you're supposed to do that.
I don't know.
Well, that's all right. But just always remember that your body is a vessel that carries you. The first step to understanding yourself is understanding your body in a way, and keeping it as clean as you wish your mind to be. A warm bed and a warm bath can remedy many things.
Yeah. Mom used to say something like that.
I'm sorry I never had the pleasure.
Yeah.
Perhaps in the great scattering of atoms and ki, I will one day.
Yeah, she'll remain quiet still.
Oh, that's a nice place.
Yeah, it is.
They probably won't let they probably don't let you like jump in there in real life, which is sad.
Yeah. Like I said, aside from the fact that this is roofed and completely isolated, it's very similar.
Nice.
Alrighty.
Did Desmond go to the springs or did he stay back?
Desmond did not, but Suni did.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Every time I go to say his name, I say Desmond first, and then I have to correct myself.
Dasuni?
So I understand.
Suni. So
Yes.
Suni is at the springs.
Oh, my favorite water.
Yeah.
My students would be very upset with you.
Dasuni.
I don't even like
Solid
money.
water reference, Ryan.
Thanks, dude. A+ joke right there.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Anyway.
Bianca will try and catch Suni, assuming he's not chilling in a group. Either after the springs or during the springs, whichever is more appropriate.
Yeah, he would not be with anyone else.
Okay. So she'll just kind of like come to his area and be like, mind if I sit with you for a sec?
Do what you want.
Okay. She'll sit down. So, you must have a really deep connection with Rothgar. Something I don't understand, I guess.
Can't expect anyone else to. And I don't mean anything bad by that, it's just true.
No, I don't take any offense to that. I know you're... I mean, ever since I think the future where you collected that specimen, I can tell you keep reaching out, wanting some connection somewhere. And I guess Rothgar was probably your closest one.
I guess so.
And I'm really sorry that everything turned out how it did. I'm not trying to offend you. But what did you think was going to happen?
He takes a long introspective pause as his player thinks on what to say.
Love the raw honesty behind that. I relate
Some
so
big
much.
questions. Motive.
I told Hrothgar yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It's, been 3 weeks in the making, but I told Hrothgar yesterday that if he decided he needed to do what he needed to do, that I would have his back. An oath is an oath. And besides, whatever the fuck Morwen meant by me laying a hand on her without her attacking me, she did the same goddamn thing to him. It'd be one thing to hold him down.
Okay.
And now I'll probably never see him again.
And I'm sure that's really difficult.
Yeah.
So if you made an oath to him, then what are we?
I didn't him. He made an oath to do what he was going to do.
Right. But
And I told him that I'd have his back.
right. And you said an oath is an oath. But what does his oath have to do with your actions? I thought you were implying you made an oath to him.
Not necessarily.
Okay. So, why did he take priority to us?
I don't know what you mean by that. Did I attack you? Did I attack Ashima? Did I attack Keothi? Did I attack Cecily? No.
No, but you attacked Morwen.
And is she supposed to be any more of my ally than he was?
Well, yes.
You didn't see the way that they were talking to me the other day.
How were they talking to you?
With a spite. Aggression. Her more than the other one, but...
Why didn't you tell any of us about that?
When would I have had the time to do that?
Desmond! I would always make time for you. There's always time for you, Desmond. You don't have to carry all this on your own. And I know you have that connection with Hrothgar. I know you've been really seeking a connection anywhere. But I guess we're here. And I know I at least, and I would assume everyone else, would want to help you.
I'm just tired and scared. And I just wish it could all go away.
Me too. Bianca will offer to hug him.
He will reciprocate.
I know you miss Poe. And I know you think they're a replacement. But they're not. They're different and they are wonderful in their own way. And even if Poe was here, I think they'd be a part of us. I really do. And I'm sorry they spoke to you the way they did. You don't deserve to be spoken to like that. I'm sorry you felt scared and cornered. I'm sorry for a lot of things. I'm
sorry, too.
Cameron, are you crying? Because you're going to make me cry.
I'm tearing up a little.
I'm tearing up. Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Bianca.
You're my brother, okay?
Okay.
I don't have siblings, and I know you and Keothi are now related somehow. But you're my brother. Just tell me, okay?
Okay.
And before Felicity starts crying, I'm gonna close it out there.
Okay, and...
Well, Suni will give a tight hug at the end, at the very last thing.
And cut. Fade to black. Unless there are any conversations, we'll go ahead and sort of fade back in as everybody is clean and dressed. Unless there were any other conversations people wanted to have.
Not on my end.
Nope. Okay. Alrighty. So with that, we'll go ahead and fade back to reality as all of you now clean, dressed. Your clothes have been all cleaned and pressed and dried by the Spriggans of Tyr's temple. I'd say that maybe took 2 hours of just cleaning and... Oh man, what was that? Oh my goodness! Phoenix Suns! Another 100 bits! Oh my goodness! Thank you so
That's
much.
fire.
With a sad face.
With a
this time.
sad... Yeah, the best way to cheer is by crying. We all know that. Okay. Oh god, amazing. Take you, wonderful people. Oh god. Okay, so with that, like I said, we fade back and everybody is clothed and dressed, clean. I'm just curious, really, any scent that you would have wanted you could have had. So what is everybody smelling like as you're exiting the spring?
Lavender, because she's purple, so it makes sense.
Yes, lavender.
Amazing.
Keothi is a very earthy sage.
Roses.
Aw, roses, nice. Are you in the Isles campaign? You should be in the Isles campaign.
Well.
Oopie.
Campaign's last minute, so who knows? No.
I'm gonna be in the final episode of Isles. I can't wait.
Oh god.
It counts. I get credit for the whole campaign.
You ever play in every campaign? You ever just?
My life.
What about Carasilla?
Just a nice subtle vanilla.
Ooh, nice. Suni?
I don't know, snickerdoodle cookies.
A lovely natural scent found in nature, of course.
Cinnamon sugar, baby.
Okay. No, I
Dude, in fantasy world.
Freshly cut grass. That's my final answer.
Amazing.
I like the image of
I
like
think the
that.
first one's more doable.
That wasn't the first scent, and like that wasn't a scent in one of the pools. So Desmond just like dried off and like rolled around in the grass in here. Like, all right, I'm clean now. What about Ashima?
He would have just used some, I guess Epsom as a location, so can't say that. Some Ivarion salt. There we go. So it's fresh, but it's neutral.
Yeah, a scrubbing salt. Okay. And then finally Cecily.
Hyacinth, probably.
Hyacinth.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a good word.
Nice. I like to imagine that Cecily didn't know. She's just like the smell the most.
Yeah.
And she just kind of picked around and was like, "Oh, these were in Water's Wake."
Oh yeah.
And so.
Okay. Cool.
She's also, I will point out, like, truly none of you have ever seen what Cecily looks like until this moment. Like, she is so clean. And there's no random spots of dirt and grease in her hair anymore. All the mud spots off of her dress are mostly gone. Her skin is fairly cleared up. And, like, yeah, she is just as pristine as she's ever been, to the point where it's probably shocking. Like, hardly recognize her. Especially now with the golden eyes.
Nice. Very good. Let's see. Yothi smiles and is like, "You know, Cecily, you look very nice clean. Not that you didn't look nice before."
No, you can just say it.
Well,
you look as though you are a Cecily who loves herself more.
That is what I meant to say, yes.
Yeah.
Have you seen yourself, Cecily? Mostly referring to the eyes, but she doesn't want to give it away.
You mean like ever? Because I really try to avoid mirrors if there's ever one around.
Well, I meant since you were dunked in the dew.
Oh. Oh. Oh, wait. Are they like green?
I'm not gonna tell you. You go find out yourself.
Okay, but like blue.
They're pretty. I'll tell you that. Now go look.
Purple. Alright, she's gonna...
Black, Cecily.
Oh, pure black? Fuck yes. But she's gonna, be like dragging herself towards any mirror. There's probably a mirror here. This is a wealthy place.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, in this area, while there might not be mirrors, the water in some areas is so still in undisturbed pools that there's a pretty clear reflection of yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she'll just look and just... Whoa. Okay, that's none of what I guessed. Huh.
I like it. It suits you.
It looks very nice with your hair.
Right?
Guess I have a purpose now. I don't really feel it, though. It's not like a... I don't know. Thought I would suddenly know what to do, I guess. But shit got really complicated.
Well, If nothing else, I hope that it's brought a little bit of calm to the storm.
Yeah, I hope so. And as she's like finishing up, just kind of adjusting her hair and everything, she'll put on the. She probably took off Poe's bracelet and the locket to bathe, and she'll now be putting those back on. And I imagine as she's putting them back on, she'll be fidgeting with Poe's bracelet a little bit, just kind of taking a look at it again.
At about that point, as all of you are finishing getting ready, you can hear the doors to the area open up. And you can see a man that you've seen before, long white beard, longer white hair, robes of white trimmed in red, staff in his hand, a crown of ivy on his head, and the clopping of hooves, as all of you recognize Mimir. And he enters and says, "Well, I hate to interrupt if I'm... Well, real quick," and he kind of covers his eyes and he says, "Is everyone clothed? Don't want to see any unmentionables."
Were there nice clothes for us to choose of, or is it just what we were wearing?
There would have been some that were brought down by the Spriggans, but your clothes also would have been cleaned and folded. So it's up to you whether you wanted to wear the more traditional Jormungandry garb or your own outfit.
For the party, it'd be fun to wear the Jormungandry stuff. I'm doing it.
Lauren will join you on that.
Yeah.
Nice. It's of note as well that the clothing is very gender neutral. Like, regardless of, more male or more female leaning, all of it is the same. It is the same very fine tunic and pants, each trimmed deep colors of anything from deep green to gold to blue to burgundies, trimmed in golds and silvers or very earthy tones. And you can see, like I said, it's very neutral in terms of what would traditionally be considered gendered one clothing or the other. So there's no skirts or dresses. It is just all it's very nice clothing, but more plain. Not nearly as gaudy or flashy as something like you would see in Bella Clara or even Bromsgrove.
Nice.
Yeah. Cecil will go ahead and put that on.
Okay. All right. I'm curious, so Suni, you as well?
I guess if it's what we have, sure.
Okay. And then Ashima, I'm curious about you. If you'd wear your traditional monk garbs or if you'd wear...
Monk garbs only.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. None of this foreign finery.
No, and that's totally understandable. And you can see Mimir opens his eyes and he says, "Oh, yep, that's about exactly what I thought it looked like. Needless to say, I hope you know, Master Ashima, you're probably going to be seeing a few things. You're not saying a few things, I should say, but you're probably going to be asked a few questions, as some people know that you're here, and, well, some people are rather curious about your situation. Well,
I had
some
expected
people,
as much.
I suppose, I mean, more so myself and a few others.
Well, this simply makes it easier for them to direct their questions.
That is true. I would like
Besides
to say...
the point. I've worn wool and linens for so long, I think I'd be rather uncomfortable in that.
Oh, completely understandable. Don't consider me any type of upset, and believe me, considering your situation, don't think Odin or any of the other guests will be either. Perfectly fine to me. And might I say, the rest of you look splendid and lovely, handsome and beautiful, whichever adjectives you'd prefer to hear. Imagine I said them directly to your face. You all look quite charming. I would like to extend the formal invitation to this celebration in the name of Cecily's baptism in the dew. Odin did want me to inform you that you're free to come if you like, but don't feel forced to.
I'm still thinking on it.
Yes, of course. He thought you might say that, so he just wanted me to add this little thing if you were still thinking about it. He had, he understands that, well, as far as he knows, from when you've talked and what he knows about Water's Wake, knows that not a lot of well, there's a fine assortment of food and drinks available. Anything from freshly baked croissants from Turkey, all the way to smoked and dried meats, aging about 6 to 7 months of smoking. Very fine, lots of effort, lots of work. You might not change your mind, but he wanted me to inform you that there's lots of nice food and drink available, should you choose. And if you'd still prefer to sit in the room, it can be delivered, should you choose.
I'll keep that in mind.
Of course.
Maybe, if you give us a bit, I'll just ask how everyone else is feeling.
Yes, of course. Want to go ahead and double check with everyone that that's all right. I completely understand. Well, here, let me take you back to your room, and then should you choose, you can have one of the Spriggans take you to the dining hall.
Yeah, she'll lumber up again, still. Every time she has to stand, it's worse. It's not getting better.
Well, you know, and as all of you are walking, he's just going to talk to all of you a little bit as you're walking. Now and then about really nothing, but he will say, you know, it's quite exciting. Not these many people have been gathered in these halls for quite some time. Lots of people. I mean, there are people who are excited to meet you, Cecily, but if I'm being entirely honest, I think most people are just looking for a reason to celebrate. Been a long while since Odin's hosted a party in Tyr's temple. So, I'm sure that while some people may wish to talk to you, there are probably going to be most that are more interested in drinking and having a good time. Especially knowing that all of Odin's sons are going to be here. I mean, of course, you already know, as I heard you saw, Balder and Magni Modi, also Thor. If I remember correctly, you all also ran into Loki, sort of black sheep of the children. Frigg, you also had a time running into. And then there are two more that I think might have a little bit of an interest in speaking with you. That's Ran and Hel. The two of them are slightly interested in speaking, in fact, with, as far as I've been able to gather, with all of you. In fact, you sort of pique the interest of some very powerful people with your actions on that top of the temple. Can't tell you if that's good or bad. I'd assume good. But they want to talk to the group of you a little bit, and maybe ask a few questions. Not sure what. Just wanted to give you a bit of a heads up, in case they do.
Yeah, thanks. My
job is information, and I wish to give it to those who are worthy of it. Of because Odin likes to joke that if I don't do my job correctly, I'll lose my head. So, it's him. A bit of a joke. Don't ever think he'd really do that.
Yeah, I hope it's a joke.
You know, Odin and I go way back, actually. We've been together for quite some time. His advisor for quite a while. Did a lot of traveling before. Odin, he, Cecily, and you see him kind of stumble for a moment in his words, which is very odd because he's been very smooth and he hasn't shut up really since you left. And he kind of stops for a moment. Oh, sorry, forgot where I was. Lost me train of thought. Oh, well, guess it doesn't matter. Looks like we're here at the stairs anyway. Well, enjoy your room. I'll be sure to bring some refreshments to all of you if it helps clear the decision at all. Believe me, Loki's had his eyes on me ever since he got here, so I think he's planning to pull something. The longer I can be away from the party, more okay it is with me. So, take your time. I'll be back in a little bit with some food and drinks for you. Alright? Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Sounds good.
Alright.
Very good, thank you.
So with that, Mimir, after talking your ear off for about 15 minutes, he turns around and begins to clop, clop, clop down the hallway and down the stairs as all of you walk up into the large communal room that you share. You can easily sort of decide what your next step is, your next course of action.
Yeah, Cecily, she'll sit on her bed and she's kind of back to the same pensive position. So, if you all want to go without me, you can. I just, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to.
You've had more than a time. Perhaps several.
Yeah.
Do you want time by yourself, or would you like someone to be with you?
Maybe we could have another family dinner. It's been I don't know, time doesn't mean anything, but it's been a while since we've had one of those.
It has.
I think that'd do me a lot more good than this family would. I mean, I gotta be honest, the people that are supposed to be my family haven't really done me much good. And when they're great, they die, and then when they're around, they're whatever the fuck this is. I don't know. I'll decide how I feel about them later, but look, I did my thing, and Hrothgar, that happened. I guess it's time to move on tomorrow, but I mean, this is it. This is my family. You are my family. And if that starts falling apart, I'm done. Nothing else is gonna matter. So, I don't know, just go if you want.
eat here if you want. I just I don't think I can do much more fighting from anybody.
Sunni's gonna walk over towards Cecily and kind of slump down next to her. I don't. Are you sitting on like a chair or a bed, or are you on the ground, or what? Are you even sitting at all?
Yeah, kind of half sat on the bed.
Well, Sunni will sit down next to you, not like right next to you, just to be conscious of your space. But he'll say, "You're right. No more fighting. Maybe Bianca can teach us how to play. What is it? Keeps in dungeons."
Oh, Kingdoms and guys, I'm so excited. She's gonna pull out her many decks that she got from Hubert.
Oh, Bianca, it was a maybe.
I'll play with you, Bianca.
I can confirm. She did say maybe.
Okay, so whoever's interested.
Yes, I have my deck with me actually. As Keothi pulls out her Kingdoms and
And
Castles deck.
Keothi's also really smart, so she can help teach it. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. And then she's gonna look to Carousel and Morwen. Have you guys played this back in Bromsgrove at all?
One of our men, Kaiba, played it. It's quite good.
No.
Yes, that's canon.
So
I have heard. I don't much care for the game. I'd prefer to watch. It appears that you have to take life to spend it, and it's not.
Connor, stop.
Stop what? What do you mean?
I want you to.
Oh my gosh.
I want
That's
you to
okay.
know that Phoenix Suns just cheered again, and I know they said that, man, you with the tear-jerking moments, my eyes are burning. I like to imagine that they cheered instead for the Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm crying. Don't say the name Kaiba.
Thank you, though, Phoenix. Thank you for the. You're on fire. Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
I love it. I love it.
Oh.
I imagine also that unless there's people who are leaving, but for Carasilla, Morwen, and Keothi actually, Bianca's gonna talk about the first family dinner they had where Poe vomited and we all were just playing Where's the Vomit in her house when we woke up.
Horrible.
And then he was gone for a couple of days.
Yep. So she's gonna tell that story
And then the
because
whole
they need to
Selrid
know.
thing happened.
Oh God! And then we became. Did Carousel and Morwen know that we're criminals?
I don't know.
That was
No.
explained when you summarized everything.
yeah.
I hope so. I
I
think
feel
we
like
did.
that has to come up, or else
Yeah.
some of our actions don't make sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cecily will lighten her hearing that story. And I think just like
A
being
simpler
able,
time.
yeah, and I think kind of like when someone dies, just like being able to talk about them is such a big step, you know.
Yeah.
And obviously Poe is alive, I hope, but like just that would be a big moment for her. Is just listening to a story about Poe, like it just as if it doesn't ruin her day to bring him up.
Aw. But for clarification, was anyone going to the party?
Yeah, not like seeing that everyone's kind of propping themselves up to do like shit together, like Carousel would feel bad for like leaving immediately, so she'll probably like have stayed there for like at least the story and all that. She wouldn't play Kingdom's Castle, she'd just be like providing some good background music.
Nice.
Cranking the
accenting
Gertie,
everything
cranking
that's
the
happening in
Gertie.
game. Yeah, just crank that Gertie. But yeah, she does want to go to the party.
I mean, it's
That would make
understandable. Cecily might come around eventually too. It's just like I imagine the party will be going on all night anyway.
Yes.
We can be like that second wind that comes at 2 a.m. when everybody's already shit faced, and then the stakes are lower.
Yay.
Mm.
Okay.
It's honestly a good strategy. Just show up when everybody's already blasted, and then you don't have to worry about being weird.
College all over again.
Truth.
Okay. So you can see that Suni, as you bang on the wall, the Spriggans sort of pop their heads out. They listen to your request, and then they leave. And I will say that as this is happening, eventually the Spriggans do come back through the stairway with Mimir. As Mimir then is carrying different plates of food, the Spriggans are carrying plates of drinks, and more Spriggans are carrying large plates of bread, whether they be fresh baked rolls or sourdough bread, or even like light fluffy bread dusted in powdered sugar. A beignet. They're brought in, and you can see Mimir, though, while he's carrying in the stuff, you can see that his face is like beet red as he kind of sets the stuff down on the tables throughout the room. The Spriggans do the same, and he kind of looks at all of you, and he says, "Now listen, I understand that the group of us aren't exactly the most well-known to one another, but I'd really prefer, right now, if I could spend a little bit of time in here, away from Loki. Because needless to say, there are things that a man has that should not be exposed to a group of people, specifically that group of people. So I'd really prefer if I could stay in here for at least a little bit to cool my tempers."
Yeah, man, that's all good. Maybe don't explain the story. Is that a fucking beignet?
Oh, aye. Odin is quite a fan of them from, in Water's Wake as well, right?
Can I have one?
Oh, have as many as you like. They're here for you.
Yeah, she's like so exhausted her chewing is slower. And she's gonna start crying. She's
Oh, does it taste bad? I can have more made.
No, it's amazing.
Oh, hey, there we go. That's good.
Yeah. She's gonna sob eat this whole beignet. like fries in your car in a parking lot. Just
Image I know well.
she's gonna cry eat this whole beignet. It's been a long life.
And you're only 16.
Yep.
So, as all of you are just sort of sitting there eating, chit-chatting back and forth, Mimir is sort of listening and nodding along, and whenever jokes are told, Mimir laughs, and he's typically the first person to start laughing and the last person to stop laughing. As you can tell, that all of you have a bit of a joyous mood that definitely caught him off guard, especially after when he left you all alone the first time. And you see him kind of like stop laughing eventually at one of the jokes that was told. I hate to pry into things that are obviously none of my business, but I just have to know, why did all of you come here?
Well, that's a loaded question.
I know it is. Let me clarify. Okay. You all seem like a happy lot. You seem like you're having a good time when you're just by yourselves. And there's something to be said for solidarity and friendship and kinship among groups of travelers. So, when I say, why are you here, I mean, why go away from what makes you happy and what can give you joy and go somewhere where, well, it seems like you're getting nothing but strife? why come to Fjordalith? To the Western Salamander in general?
The destination chose us, not the other way around. That's not a metaphor.
Yeah, no, he's right. And I will add to that. There actually wasn't anywhere that was that good. At least not so far.
Well, I mean, I guess in all honesty, it only makes sense that Cecily, you'd be brought here after all. You, see Mimir kind of blink for a moment and shake his head. Kind of makes sense, Cecily, that you'd be brought here after all. Kind of blinks and shakes his head. Where was I? Well, you all just seem so happy and, well, frankly, after picking you up from the baths earlier, I was a little afraid you might be a little too down in the dumps to even ever smile again. So, needless to say, I'm happy to hear the smiles and laughter going around. It's infectious, you know?
Yeah. They seem to bounce back from a lot.
What can we gather from his little pauses there? Anything?
The first time that he did it back towards the baths, it seemed natural. Like he really did just lose his train of thought after talking for so long. But now, the fact that he sounded like a broken record there, that doesn't exactly seem natural. And that's easy. Even with -1 to wisdom, you're picking up that that's fucking weird.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But
And
I was
that's
asking,
not
does
like-
it seem like it's a charm effect? Like, can we, like, get that?
Yeah, I'll say make an Arcana check.
Seems like
7.
magical dementia.
Magical dementia.
Oh, did you say
no.
7?
Yeah, that was a bad roll. So
Yeah, I mean, he definitely, you can tell that it's a little bit more than just forgetfulness, but anything magical, you're not super sure.
Well, Cecily's just gonna shrug and grab another beignet.
You know, if I'm really thinking hard, trying to think about the last time I had one of those. You know, Odin typically doesn't like me to have them. Says it's not good for my coat. But, you know, he may know everything there is to know about everything there is, but, you know, some things I think are good for the soul. And Mimir's gonna take a bite. Oh, this is pretty good. I can see why you cried when you ate one earlier.
Are you feeling okay, Mimir?
Huh? Oh, I'm fine. A lot better now that I've got this beignet. Oh. And he kind of licks his fingers like the powdered sugar off. I think I'll have another one. Yep, that's pretty good. Licks his fingers again. Third is fine.
How many are left? Hold
No,
on.
let him go. I wish to see this.
And
I want to see how many he'll eat.
He eats about 17. Yeah, he gets about to 17 and a half, and he's like, you know, they started tasting funny after the 15th one. And now I think I'm doing it because I think I have to. And he finishes
Mimir,
the 18th one.
Mimir, I think they're
this
not
look like a
good
charm?
for you.
Charmed by beignets.
I think
compelled to eat.
Compelled to eat.
I just maybe it's not good for you because you're eating all of them. You know?
And he stares at the empty plate. Well, no more left, so guess I won't have any more.
Yeah. Yeah, me either.
Oh, you know what? You, and he points to one of the Spriggans. Could you be kind enough to go get us some more beignets, please? Spriggan kind of, its big wobbly head sort of nods, and 3 of them run off. Oh, now this is the high life. You know, I don't get to actually talk to those things at all. If I want
talking to Loki maybe whilst you're at the party.
Well, I did. Like I said, and you see him kind of grimace for a moment. You know, it was one thing to trip me and show everything off. But then it's another thing entirely to do a magical image in the middle of the party. It's just unfair.
What kind of magical image are we talking?
I thought I was specifically requested not to talk about it, but it was of my unmentionables. Floating around in the middle of the party like a big old fucking balloon.
Suni's gonna lean over to Bianca and say, "What does he mean by unmentionable?"
Me cock and balls!
I don't know if Suni would actually know what that really looks like on most people because he doesn't have them. So
Ursula's just dying.
Bianca's
I mean,
going
we were just at the public and the the bats. These things
Unless-
happen.
the fog censorship is just what reality was there.
Yep. It's just constantly steam spirals around all the female characters.
So Bianca's just gonna tell Desmond, so when we were at the baths, all the places that you don't normally see on other humanoids, that's the unmentionables he's referring to.
We'll obtain a book.
Or we don't.
whatever you say.
Bianca is anti-sex education. It's canon.
I think it's just unnecessary for someone who doesn't.
Oh no! Oh, Phoenix cheered again.
God bless you.
God bless.
Amazing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Phoenix, how many of those things do you have?
I don't even know. What are these?
So-
I'm not used to it. Things on Twitch.
Yeah, cheers are.
What's a bit?
I think. I'm not sure. Regardless, thank you.
A bit is a single. It's a piece of 8.
Oh, that's right. And there's 9 pieces of 8, or 8 pieces of 9. Whatever. All right.
That's a piece of 8. So.
Anyway, at that point, another one of the brigands comes in with another tray of beignets, and Mimir goes, there we go. Very good. And he kind of stares at the plate and kind of holds his stomach. Well, now that they're here.
Oh my god.
Cecily's taking it.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably for the best. Don't think I really want one of those.
No. You at least let me catch up first.
Yeah, of course. That makes sense. You got an appetite. You know, just like. You know what? Maybe I'll do want some more of those. You can have some first. So anyway, like I said, great to have you all here. It's just so nice to have a little bit of light and brevity here. Needless to say, this place is a bit of a downer most of the time.
So,
What's going on with your mind?
Well, listen. If I'm being honest, if I were to tell you what's going on with my mind, I'd probably have to censor most of it, considering your age. And that's no offense to you, it's just I've been around for a long time and I've seen a lot of things. That affects one's mind quite a bit. And don't want to, you know.
I mostly meant the starting and stopping.
I have never used this skill for this. But could I use my medicine proficiency to do psychology and see if this is like a normal tick or if this is something beyond?
Okay, yeah, make a medicine tools check. Do you have proficiency in, so it'd just be proficiency plus wisdom plus a d20?
Roll a non-magical arcana check.
That's basically what I'm asking to do right now.
Sure.
19.
19. This doesn't look like a... Because Ashima's seen it before. He's seen it in other older monks, especially sort of what we would call dementia, or just any type of like Alzheimer's or memory loss things. This does not seem like that at all. It seems like there are specific things that sort of trigger these episodes, if you want to call them that. But these triggers, they don't seem to have any rhyme or reason. They just kind of happen randomly.
Suni's gonna walk up to Mimir and say, "Do you mind if I try something really quickly?"
Hell, you can try anything you like as long as you don't show my unmentionables to the rest of the group here.
I promise.
All right.
I'm gonna grab onto both sides of his heads and, like, Katara healing waterbending style, put some lay on hands around his temples, 5 points of it, just to see if it can break through whatever the fuck is going on in this man's brain. I know it says disease or poison, so I doubt it, but I'm just gonna try.
You do that, and you can, as you approach, you can hear like one whistle coming out of his nose, as if one was stuffed. And as you do that, he sort of breathes in through his nose. Oh, thank you, matey. I really appreciate that, brother. Ha, look at that. And he breathes in through both of his noses and breathes out. Look at that. No whistle anymore. You really have magic hands, don't you?
Yeah, it's what I do best. And then he'll turn around and shrug to everybody else.
Yeah, Ashima is like inspecting him like a doctor. And Mimir, how old are you again? I know you said you met me in a past life.
Oh, let's see. I think I met you. What was that? Maybe a couple 100 years ago. It was in Lost Shire. I know that much. Let's see. Before that, I was around in Athera, and then I was in Cartasia for a time. I was popping around in Turkey and Iverian for a while. And then I think before that I was in Thorol. Yeah, Thorol, yeah. And popping around the world. I did do a brief stint in the Gemstone Archipelago. The time there was a little blurry, that's for sure. But I do think, if I'm giving you a rough estimate, probably anywhere between 9 and 1,000 years. Like I said, those years are a little iffy. It could be 875, could be 1025. It's a little hard to tell. Some of those drugs that they got there in the archipelago, they're a little intense.
Well, that's actually quite average. Your memory seems fine for somebody of your age. The bleed-over effect is quite normal for those with elongated lives. No, I think something has been magically done to you.
Oh, you think so?
I'm certain it's not physiological.
That's interesting. I actually went to... what was that? Maybe 14, 15 years ago? I went to Freya, down south near the Hearthstone, and I asked her to try and help me. And we started to get to talking, and, well, one thing led to another. We started talking about her son, Balder, and... Well, did you know that Balder is immune to all harm, physical and magical? And there's actually only one way to... Like I was saying, Balder is immune to all harm, physical and magical. And like I said, there's only one way to... So I was talking to Freya, and she said that... Did you know Balder is immune to all harm, physical and magical?
Yes, and we know about the one way to counteract that as well.
Well, the one way to... Did you know that Balder is immune to all harm, physical and magical? Well...
Connor feels like he's having a stroke.
Amir, why don't you have another beignet?
No, that's not a good idea.
No, chaos. We can't do it. Eat something else. Or just stop. I mean, that's also an option.
Would one of you who are more magically proficient be able to,
You can see that there's like a small lump on his belly, like this, like distension, like all the bread in his stomach. He just kind of pushes it in. There we go.
I feel sick after hearing that.
Yep. Too many carbohydrates. Could one of you who are more magically proficient do... I've never been quite clear on how you do it, but see if... scan him?
Bianca has read a lot about Arcana and studied it. Does this remind her of anything that she's read about?
Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
I'm making it.
All right.
It's a 12.
12.
She has a +7 and rolled a 5. It's fine.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, as far as you can tell, it definitely does seem magical, but in terms of specifically what it is, you're not exactly sure. Yeah.
And then she's gonna look to Oshima. Well, I definitely think it's some magical influence, but it's beyond me what it is.
If you give me until tomorrow, I can try, but just not right now.
That may be it might be best for us all to let Mimir get some rest.
Now, I know I've already done a roll for it, but, like, since there's been more going on and, like, Carousella does mindfucky stuff, like, is she able to get any more of an idea of what's happening with him?
Yeah, I'll let you make another Arcana check.
What's it?
Do it!
Oh, that's better as well. What's a modifier? That's a 19.
19?
Yay!
So, you're not sure if this is it specifically, as it's a little hard to diagnose this. I mean, especially considering how old he is. But you do know of certain very powerful spells that allow someone to modify the memory of certain creatures. And a powerful enough spellcaster could, in fact, instead of modifying the memory, could just block parts of it off if they wanted to. Now, you're not sure if that's exactly it, but you do know that that is one reasoning behind it. And at about that moment, as you sort of make that conclusion, you hear a voice from down the hallway beneath the stairs. A younger voice that you don't recognize just yet, saying, "Mimir, are you up there? Mimir! Mimir!" And you can see walking up the stairs, long, like burnt red hair, bushy beard, wearing still his armor and cloak, hammer at his side, you can see Thor. He says, "Father thought you'd be up here, Mimir. I understand you must have been very frustrated at Loki, but you know that's just what he does. Just be thankful that you didn't end up like those poor blokes from Tarkir. What the last celebration we had could have been a lot worse." Yes, well, I suppose you're right. Thor, didn't really think of it like that. Could have been a lot more unlucky, that's for sure. I was just bringing them some food and, well, got a little caught up in telling just the crazy old stories that I do. Oh, that's fine, Mimir. Just remember, Father needs you, so best head on back. In case he has any questions or needs any reference. Oh, of course. Just slipped my mind. You know how my mind is, Thor. Just sometimes things slip through the cracks. Got a little caught up, but I'll be right back in a moment. Again, thank you all for being so nice and welcoming. Just having a nice conversation. Sunny, that was a very funny joke. So thank you. I appreciate that. If you don't mind, probably be stealing that one for later. Well, anyway, I'll see some of you, well, probably most of you, later. You can see Thor kind of smiles at Mimir and sort of gestures his head back towards the stairs, and Mimir clops along back towards the stairs and walks down. And Thor kind of looks down towards all of you and looks at the empty trays of food and half-emptied pitchers and all of the different Kingdoms and Castles cards strewn around. And he says, Kingdoms and Castles! I didn't realize you played.
I mean, some of us do, and Bianca's kind of like looking at her cards all confidently.
Well, if you'd like, I do have a few extra ones. I think it was maybe 20, 30 years ago. I got my own card. I got a couple of them, actually. From whoever makes them. So if you'd like, I could give you one.
Oh, just randomly? I mean, you don't want to hold on to it yourself?
No, I'm not really, I know while, granted, some people like to put me up on this pedestal, I much prefer to, try and stay as humble as I can, so I don't like having the cards there, just a reminder that a lot of people are watching what I'm doing. So I'd be more than happy to give them to you if you'd like them.
I mean, she's gonna kind of look around. What kind of cards are we talking about?
Oh, well, the ones I got 2 of me.
And her face, then she realizes what he meant.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I mean, would be perfect, actually. She's, like, thinking, like, planning, like, her deck and, like, everything. She's like, that would actually suit very well. Yeah!
Yeah, I don't know anything about what any of the cards mean. I just, I don't know. I just didn't know what to do with them. Didn't want to throw them away or anything. Well, I can, bring them by in the morning.
Yeah, and if you have 2, I can send one to Hubert. I think he would love... Oh my gosh. He's going to die when I send him that card.
Oh, of course. Take them both. I don't care. And if you'd like, I don't know if exactly it adds any value to it, but I could always, I could maybe, sign it if you'd like. If you'd want.
Oh yeah. I want.
Oh,
that'd be awesome.
Really, that's quite nice. So thank you so much.
Wait, is he saying thank you for giving his signature? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
This is good. Yeah, Bianca's pretty excited about the cards.
And, of course, I don't want to... Obviously, it's nice that you want the cards, and I'm thrilled that you'll want them with the signature as well. But obviously, I feel as though the introduction that we had wasn't exactly off on the best foot. Very sorry that we had to be introduced that way. I thought that tonight would be the first time I'd get to meet my, and he looks to Cecily, well, you!
Yeah. Me.
It's been so long since I've seen you. You are just a small babe cradled in your mother's arms. But it's great to see you again, and I'd just like to say that you've made Father very happy by coming home.
Yeah.
In fact...
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just a little nervous is all. Never had a sister before.
Well, you got... Does Loki...
I mean, I suppose, Loki tends to sometimes, when he's around me and Balder, he's typically he. More so when he's away from us, he's she, and then sometimes when I hear stories, it's typically they. Typically I just kind of count him as a brother, but and Odin counts him as a son. When Loki was born, he was he, and then from there began to change back and forth. So,
this poor man. I did not mean to do this to him. Jesus. Yeah, well, Cecily was just kind of... Yeah. I mean, I get it, I know how to change myself, too. Never really thought to indulge it too much, but I don't see why not.
Oh, no, of course not. I would like to give you a little bit of forewarning. I thought I might have seen you at the party, but no problem. We didn't so far. I just wanted to come and warn you. The Allfather, dearest Odin, he has a bit of an idea, a plan for the group of you.
He understands that you've been away from your home for a while, and he'd like to give you a bit of a distraction from the past couple of days, as it's been kinda hard on you. So, there are some things he wished to talk with Keothi about, your Goliath friend, in regards to the Hearthstone. But while she was busy, and I apologize in advance for this, there's an abandoned mine near the city, and he wanted to give you a bit of a distraction from the rough couple of days and give you something to do. I know that there's gold and magic items in the dungeon and in the abandoned mine, but he doesn't want you to go alone, of course, with just the 6 of you. So he kind of forced that my 2 sons would be going with you. Magni and Moody. And don't get me wrong, they're very good at what they do. They're just not the brightest and not the most quiet.
I mean, I've kind of thought that of everyone we've met so far.
I know, a bit of a dense group.
Well, and if you're all saying that, it's got to be worse. Oh, man.
Don't get me wrong, I love my boys, but they're, like mithril. Very dense.
Well, I mean, you know, I was thinking of staying away from everything, but she'll kind of look at the rest of the party at this point, too. I'm starting to think that everyone here is so weird that we might as well just go and look at them for a while, you know? Maybe go a little bit from now when everybody's kind of gone. Then we can just slip right in. Watch. Be kind of entertaining. Nothing else. Probably my only chance to do it, too. At least for a long time.
Hey, it's your party. Let's go.
I have some ideas.
Ideas?
Yes.
Well, this is good. Are they good ideas?
You'll see.
You remember the time you made me drop a pie on someone to teach me a lesson about life or whatever? Was it one of those kind of ideas?
Oh, I forgot about that.
It is exactly that kind of idea.
Oh, I love these ideas. Straight from the monastery, these ideas. Mm-mm.
Well, then I suppose that you can come later than me, or we can walk together. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah. So we kind of snap back, like, "Oh, yep, you're still here." She got a little sucked into the group and just, yeah. Maybe we'll just meet you down there in a little bit.
Of course. I completely understand, and the last thing, and I feel bad for saying this, but Odin wants it to be a little bit of a surprise. But I'm just terrible at keeping secrets.
Yeah. No, it's good you told me. I am.
Oh no, there's something else.
Oh.
This is the real surprise. And I must say, I'm a little jealous, as I haven't even ever seen it before. But he said that he recognizes the strength you have and the power you do. And he thinks that you're... He told me he thinks you're smart enough to handle it as well. He wants to show you the... you and your group. The inner temple. Apparently there are things there that he says are only fit for your eyes. I don't know what that means, but he seemed really excited about it.
Is that whatever's past that big door?
Yes, the one right next to the right next to that smaller office. Yeah, that study. The
Right.
one with Estrid. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw.
It's good.
Well, that's worth checking out. Okay. I keep a good secret. I won't say anything.
Oh, good. Yeah. Anyway, I'll head back, and I won't say anything about you coming down, so that maybe you'll be able to sneak in a little bit more. But like I said, sorry if I let things slip. I'm terrible at keeping secrets. But I'll try.
Yeah, oh good. We'll see you down there. The Thor, right?
Aye. Thor's fine.
Right.
And you see he kind of takes one last look at each one of you and gives a little bit of a toothy smile, just kind of like a grin, and I'll see you there. And turns and leaves, leaving the 7 of you alone in the room as you look to one another, giving it a little bit of time before you head to the party yourselves. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session as all of you prepare to head to the party. Woo-wee!
Party!
That was quite a time.
Yeah, it was.
Jeez.
Whoop. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Yeah, I will...
Okay.
I will go ahead and... Mark already shared it in the chat, but if you are new here and you would like, you can go ahead and join the RWA Discord server. It's if you want to talk about the session. It's going to be an amazing time with this Norse campaign. It's the funniest part, Phoenix, is this is only like... Granted, I think that
One
based off...
session.
Yeah, this is only one session. I think that just based off of kind of how everything's going, I think that this is going to be kind of a central tension for the campaign going forward. Obviously, they're going to go to different places like Fantasy Japan and Fantasy Tibet and maybe back to Fantasy Russia. But yeah, no, I'm very excited, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun playing these Norse entities and adding my own spin and putting in a couple of little Easter eggs for those of you that may recognize it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so wonderful session tonight. Great, great performances, because there were some really great moments tonight. Thank you all for bearing with me at the very beginning during that combat encounter, as I pretty much just played with my action figures.
It was a tense 15 minutes there.
Yeah. So yeah, well, that was that. And I suppose that you can either tune in next Tuesday to see the continuation of the Salamander Coast, next Friday to watch the Explorers of Afera as they delve within the 88th layer of the Abyss, now approaching a gaping chasm of, oh my goodness, Phoenix Suns, more bits, more cheers. That's insane. Thank you
What
so
a
much.
guy.
What a guy. Makes you cry.
Please join the Discord. We'll hang out. We'll chat.
Be our friend.
Yeah.
I just realized that my mic was muted. I couldn't say "and I did," but now I have.
Oh God. Yeah. No. I think that it was a lot of fun, and yeah, I think that I'm very excited to see where this goes, and yeah, I will say to all of you. Obviously, the audience heard what I said to them. I'm okay with any of you going to find it, but just bear in mind that that's something that you know and your character does not. And I know that none of you metagame that bad, but if you really want to know, you can go look at it. I won't be mad. Because
Fair
obviously, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. So,
I wasn't tempted to look until you said that. I want you to know.
And you might listen to it and be like, why the fuck did Joe mute himself for that? That's so... what? And if that's the case, then I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I guess we'll just have to continue on and see. So that is where we're going to go ahead and call it. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Thank you to Phoenix and obviously everybody who was watching. Also, Delance, too, for stopping by. That was pretty great. And you know, obviously our constant constants in the chat. The Shiny Boy. And Low Guns, obviously, Kayla, Ryan, Felicity, Cameron, Connor, Mark, active in the chat. I appreciate that.
We were here, yeah.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. All right. Have a good one, everybody, and we will see you either next
Until next
Tuesday,
time.
next Friday, or next Saturday for the Isles of Iverion as they prepare to leave a city and leave behind a companion NPC, which is very sad. It's very sad, yeah. All right. Well, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Farewell.
See ya. Till next time.